is 6 o'clock exactly at the MJ Morning Show, and, this feels like a Good Friday, Fester. What about you? Do you think this feels like a Good Friday?
It feels like a great Friday.
It appears that your kids are out of school today, along with others in Hillsborough County, because you've just paraded your daughter in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Wow.
kid has today off.
Are all the schools out, or all the local school systems? Andrew, can you do a school system roundup for me? So Hillsborough's out today. I would imagine that the other districts are out.
I don't know. I mean, radio used to be a thing that you would turn to find out if the schools were open. But in this modern day, if you don't know if your kids are going to school or not, you got bigger problems.
Yeah, you got the internets, right?
If your answer is, hey, let's rely on the MJ Morning Show to find out if we have school today.
Yeah, you got bigger problems. Yeah. So where's your son?
We didn't wake him up. We didn't tell him.
Because I remember there was a big to-do in your car.
Yeah.
I don't know, a week or two ago where we had Hadley on the show for some reason via, the cell in your wife's car. And then Hadley had some airtime, but then Hudson, your son, he wanted to say something. And when he didn't, he had a little fit and a meltdown. And what's it going to be like when he wakes up this morning and realizes that Daddy Fester brought Hadley in, and he didn't get brought into the show either?
It's not my primary concern because I'm not there. I'm not cleaning up that damage.
All right.
But no, he desperately wants to come in. I told him to come in over the summer.
The FSU story is just awful. And then the layers of ridiculous irony are just, it's like, what? To have a Leon County, of course, Tallahassee's in Leon County up in the Panhandle, to have a Leon County 18-year-old, a Leon County 18-year sheriff's deputy's son commit the shooting at FSU. It's just you can't even comprehend it. And then it turns out that the shooter at FSU's mom is a school resource officer. So as a county deputy, she now is assigned as a school resource officer to keep kids safe at public schools in Leon County. And then her son gets a hold of one of her guns. The handgun that he used was one of her former service weapons, which was retired by the county when they replaced their guns with new guns. And a lot of times the police officers or deputies in certain agencies, if the agency goes to a new weapon, the officers allowed to buy at a very reduced low price their former service weapon. Apparently that's what this deputy did. And that gun was accessible. We're not talking about a 10 or a 12-year-old kid. We're talking about a 20-year-old.
He's a man.
Young man, absolutely. I mean, 2 years past the legal age of 18. So to hear that she was a county deputy up there, a school resource officer, and then to hear that the shooter also was part of a youth advisory council to the sheriff's office for youth connection to law enforcement. And he had been through certain programs and some training programs. I mean, what the hell was the motive? It hasn't been announced yet. We don't know. It hasn't been reported what the motive was on why this maniac went on this spree around, noon local time in Tallahassee. I mean, what? I mean, just unbelievable. When can you imagine the sheriff of Leon County at that presser yesterday having to get up there and announce it was one of their deputies' kids that opened fire on the FSU campus? It's a holy crap.
The sheriff probably met this kid.
Oh, yeah.
A dozen times.
I don't know.
But in the agency, he served for 18 years.
She's unbelievable. So, 2 deceased, 6 others injured. The 2 deceased, not students, but I haven't seen identification on who the deceased were, whether they were faculty members, whether they were other workers on campus. and then shooting at his vehicle and then confront. I mean, just an awful, awful story. Remember, FSU had that library shooting. It was about 11 years ago. Was it 2014, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, I remember that.
All right, so we'll get into this a little later on. Rick, our operations manager here at Beasley Media in Tampa, his son is an FSU student, just getting ready to wrap up his freshman year, studying for exams. So we're going to have Rick's son on this morning about 8 o'clock because he was in lockdown. So he was, I believe he was in class, and they were in lockdown. And the last I heard, his vehicle was inaccessible because his car was in the crime scene zone, and he couldn't even get to his car to drive off campus.
Wow.
Yeah, so 8 o'clock this morning, we're going to talk to Enrico, which it's Rick, our operations manager here at Q105, his son, an FSU student. Hey, Dennis Phillips.
His son goes to.
Dennis Phillips, our weather partner from ABC Action News. Dennis Phillips' son at FSU as well. Remember, Dennis was on the phone with us numerous times during the hurricane season last year. And remember, there was concern regarding Helene and rolling up. It was Helene right through Tallahassee. Yeah. Milton curved into us, and then Helene was offshore and heading up, toward Tallahassee. So, a lot of FSU connections to the Tampa Bay area.
Absolutely.
So, we're going to go to phones later on. We're going to speak again to our operations manager's son, who was in the middle of the lockdown at FSU yesterday. That'll be 8 o'clock. And then we'll take some phone calls later on during the course of the show and talk to some listeners whose kids are up at FSU. Between FSU and the Gators, Florida, we get a lot of folks in the Tampa Bay area sending their kids to those two schools.
Absolutely, man. It's heartbreaking, and
terrible story.
The irony, like you said earlier, is just incredible.
All right, so Hillsborough County Schools out. Andrew did confirm that Pinellas County. I think all the schools are out today on Good Friday. Yeah. Stock market's closed, but like the post office is open, so who knows? I saw traffic was lighter. Did you notice traffic lighter this morning?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
I precede you by about a half an hour as far as arrival to the radio station, and I noticed the traffic was much lighter this morning. You know what bothers me? Let me point something out?
Okay.
Do people not know when it's a solid white line and the road is curving like a snake that's not the best time to change lanes at high speed? The reason why I point this out is the Howard Franklin Bridge. And you want to know why we have accidents? With the new bridge, you've got the S-turns, because we don't have a straightaway. But even with the old bridge, before they shut that down, we also had the jogs. And there's a reason why, if you're on the Tampa side and you're heading onto the Howard Franklin Bridge, 275 South, near the start of the bridge on the Tampa side, you have the lane jog where it comes off of 275 and now shifts over to the brand new bridge, and you have some twists and turns, and those are solid white lines. Don't change lanes. I mean, I almost saw an accident on the way in this morning, and it's like I constantly see people try to change lanes in those S-turns on the bridge. No. You don't. The solid white line is you stay in your lane. You don't change lanes and weave and swerve. And I saw some moron, some maniac attempt that, and a car had to veer out of his way. Almost had a collision like 100 feet in front of me this morning. Just solid white line. You don't cross it and shift lanes at 80 miles an hour.
Oh, we should do MJ's driving tip of the day.
Yeah, well, there it is.
There's the first one.
There it is.
The inaugural episode today.
All right, 6:10 at the MJ Morning Show. Just getting rolling. It's going to be pretty busy. It's going to be a very good Friday.
Yep.
Very good show. Good Friday here on the MJ Morning Show. Hang on.
In Hillsborough?
There's an item that I had earlier in the week, and I just found it in my bag because, when I don't get to all of the material, I put it in a pile and, I see if it's still relevant.
Yeah.
And there's an item from earlier in the week that I just found in my leftover pile, which, it made me laugh out loud when I first read this, and I just stumbled across it again because we didn't get to it, and I laughed out loud again.
All right.
So I'm thinking it's probably worthy to do the item here in a few minutes.
That's a good barometer. If, if it makes you laugh out loud 2 times.
Good barometer. All right, MJ Morning Show. It's Q105, 104.7 FM. So with the Lightning and the playoffs, we will have tickets.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got to figure out whether first game's going to be Tuesday. So I'm looking at the Lightning schedule.
Who do they play?
And the Panthers. So, we got a little Florida rivalry going on. So the first game for the first round of the playoffs will be the Lightning and the Panthers coming up from South Florida. The game on Tuesday. So I have to decide, should we give away, you know what, I'm not going to give them away today.
No.
I'm going to give away Lightning tickets on Monday morning. So, yeah. So we have Lightning tickets to give away, but I think I'm going to do the Lightning tickets on Monday morning. Also, listenership is way down this morning because
it's a holiday.
It's a holiday for a lot, and pretty much all the local schools are closed today. So I think we're going to push off the Lightning tickets until Monday morning.
All right.
For Tuesday's game. That's plenty of time, right?
Do we only have one pair? Right? We're not going to give more tickets away on Monday, right?
Well, I'll ask Andrew to check into the prize computer system to find out. But if we do have more tickets for Monday, we'll give away multiple pairs on Monday.
That's a good idea.
That's what we'll do.
Yeah.
All right, 6:24 at the MJ Morning Show. Just before the break, or maybe it was at the beginning of the Journey song we just played, our one and only song for the day. I mentioned that if you missed what was in the box.
Oh, what's in the box? What's in the box?
Yeah, from the movie Seven. That's Brad Pitt, by the way, at the very end of the movie where he was not happy with what was in the box.
Oh, what's in the box?
Well, guess what? We also had heads in a box. Yesterday, walked into the studio to a large 12 by 12 by 12 cube of a corrugated box. And this local dude, he sent us 3D printed busts of our heads. So it was not just a head in the box, it was heads in a box. What was that? Was there a movie, something like 7 heads in a duffel bag or something?
Yeah, that was a duffel bag head. Or heads in a duffel bag.
What was the name of that damn movie? How
up.
many movies with heads in the title? 8 heads. I'm sorry.
8 heads in a duffel bag.
I said 7 heads in a duffel bag. I shorted it. It's 8 heads, not 7 heads in a duffel bag.
Joe Pesci, David Spade.
Yeah. All right. So yesterday we opened the box, and inside the box, I'm going to hold these up to MJTV. For those that miss the reveal, and I also posted a video on my Instagram at Certified MJ Radio. If you didn't see the posting and you're on Instagram, check it out. Certified MJ Radio, and shot a video in the studio after the show where we show the heads that arrived. I'm going to hold this up to MJTV right now, and I think mine's the best.
I guess the guy who made it kind of said that you had the best photo.
Yeah, so the 3D printer program that he used, he fed the picture of our heads in, and that's what made the 3D printing. And mine has the best likeness of me. So I'm holding this up right now to MJTV. If you're watching MJTV now live, or if you catch the replay later on, here it is. So I'm holding it up, and these are great. It took like 8 hours to print these, and he wanted to point out that it doesn't, the guy that did these, that it doesn't show as well on the video, but they're designed to look like marble, like the old
Yeah.
marble busts that we see in museums,
Like we've
etc.
been chiseled.
Yeah. All right, so that was mine. Then we have a Fester head holding this up to MJTV right now. And then Michelle's, which I just need to get him a better picture of Michelle. Michelle, this is a slight likeness, but again, mine is the absolute best.
Yes,
All right,
yours
so
is great.
Thanks again to giftprints3d.etsy.com if you want to have a head made of your head.
I mean, think about it. That is probably one of the most unique gifts you can give somebody.
Giftprints3d.etsy.com. So thanks to that dude. He even called in yesterday. All right, so what's the story that made me laugh out loud earlier in the week? Didn't get to it, but it's in my leftover pile, and I just went through my leftover pile a little earlier, and I laughed again. This right here. A deodorant controversy at a French tennis match. Listen, there have been stories for years, about some of the Europeans, and I think it's maybe been sort of leaning towards some of the French, not using deodorant and woo-wee, smelling ripe.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, buddy.
When you think of the stinkiest people, whether it's fair or not, you think of the French.
So there's a tennis tournament in France. A British player, Harriet Dart, asked the ref up in the chair, the umpire. They got that, like, it's almost like a big lifeguard stand. You know what I'm talking about?
Are they called an umpire?
Yeah, it's like the umpire. It's the umpire, yeah.
Okay.
It's the chair umpire.
Okay. I had no idea what that person was called.
The big ref, the one that sits on that lifeguard-looking throne on the side of a tennis match. So this British female player asks the chair umpire at the tennis tournament to tell her first-round opponent, France's Lois Boisson, to wear deodorant. All right. How bad does this French lady smell if the British player on the whole other side of the court is getting a big armpit stank waft out of this woman?
If you're really ripe and you're running around playing tennis, you're creating a cloud.
Or like a wind.
Yeah. I mean, you're a force to be reckoned if you're just running around your whole half of the tennis court and a little breeze pushes it over. Ugh.
Can you tell her to wear deodorant?
The answer is no, right? It's not, it's natural, I guess, right? That's how she naturally smells.
Well, put on some freaking Right Guard or some Shore or what's the one strong enough for a man but made for a woman?
Ooh, they don't identify that.
Secret.
They don't identify as that kind of gender any longer.
That commercial's been on for decades.
It's been off for about a decade.
No, it has not.
Strong enough for a man? No, they don't do that anymore.
Are you sure?
Yes, the whole
secret. Find that on YouTube.
Yes.
Find the last secret commercial that you can find, and I think it's fairly recent. I think I've heard that, unless it's just ingrained in my head. I mean, since I was a kid.
When was the last time you saw a deodorant commercial for Secret anyway?
I think I saw one in the last, 5 hours.
Wouldn't that
I don't know.
An advantage in a competition if you just stunk and they had to touch you?
Can you tell her to wear deodorant? The British player Dart asks the umpire after rising from a chair during the changeover, and that was also caught on a hot mic. Yeah, that's hysterical. Yeah, try and find the hot mic real quick, would you, please? Okay, so what you find the secret commercial
these are from the 90s.
Oh yeah, secret. Here, bring that up.
Biggest challenge.
Yeah.
Our solid antiperspirant can tackle even the biggest challenge.
Yeah.
But it's not for them.
Listen.
It's pH balanced for her. Secret. Strong enough for a man, but made for a woman.
There we go. Secret deodorant, strong enough for a man, but made for a woman. All right. Hey, find the hot mic here. Harriet Dart video saying that the French opponent smells bad. It's like the Blues Brothers. Remember the scene? Remember when Jake and Elwood go to the French restaurant to try to get Mr. Fabulous, the trumpet player, back? We're putting the band back together. We're on a mission from God. So remember this? Remember the the hoity-toity family complaining about how bad the Blues Brothers smell. Hey, Ed, roll that clip, would you please?
It's just that, well, frankly, they're offensive. Smelling. I mean, they smell bad.
That's great.
I need to hear a couple of these. I don't know what I have here.
Is this?
I don't know.
Here we go. Listen to this. Tennis player asked the ump. Here we are.
Tell her to wear deodorant.
Oh, right there. Look at that. Look. Listen.
Can you tell her to wear deodorant?
You hear that? Could you tell her to wear deodorant?
All right, so the British player handled this about as politely as you could under the circumstances.
Yeah, but I mean,
She's not yelling about it. She's not gagging.
How bad does the female French tennis player smell that the British player has to tell the umpire at the tennis match to tell her to wear deodorant? Is that within the purview of the tennis umpire? Is that what?
Why wouldn't that be an advantage to the player who could stand their own stench?
Oh my God!
I mean, I remember being on the wrestling team.
I just
and
thought
we had some guys who just stunk, and you had to wrestle with these people. And
oh, jeez.
they were state champions because they smelled so bad.
6:33 at the MJ Morning Show. Yeah, wear deodorant. You know, just basic hygiene.
No way. Any advantage you can get over your opponent.
What? Gas them out?
Yeah, you're here to win.
Gas them out with pit stank?
Sure.
So the French player apparently, I think, ranked 112 in the world. However, number one with pit stank.
She ranked all right.
She was rank. That's funny. She was rank. Oh man, that's some rank pit smell right there. 6:34 at the MJ Morning Show. When we get back, the early morons in the news on the MJ Morning Show. Stand by. Hey, your kitchen doesn't. Yeah, 6:42 at the MJ Morning Show Friday morning. Good Friday, 2025. Most of the schools closed today. But guess what? The morons have risen on Good Friday. Listen, I'm just the morons don't stop. The morons don't stop for nobody.
They don't take holidays.
No.
They don't take days off.
No holidays for the morons in the news. All right, this is what cops are calling a poor life choice. A guy steals the entire vape display at a store. Just walks in and just takes the whole damn Tavares. You know, I don't know if I've ever been in Tavares in my travels around the state of Florida. And I've been in some of the wacky counties up in the Panhandle where you've never heard of these places. I'm telling you, there's some counties up in the Panhandle you've never heard of. I've been on some back-ass country roads up in the Panhandle.
What county is this?
Where you would have no idea that you were in Florida. All right? So, listen, Tavares.
It's in Lake County, though.
I know, but I'm telling you, I've never been to Tavares. I'm just telling you.
It's in the middle of a bunch of lakes.
I know. Listen, I've been to, like, Mount Dora. I've been to...
It's not far from Mount Dora.
I know it's not far, but I've been to Mount Dora. I just have never been to Tavares. All right, listen to this. A man was caught on surveillance video stealing an entire vape display. Yeah, the video was released by cops on Wednesday, and they said the male suspect was spotted going into the store and just grabbing the whole damn display. Had about 30 vapes. After pacing through the store to, I guess, kind of eyeball things, the guy finally got enough courage just to make this poor life choice.
What he's doing is he's sizing up the store, seeing where the clerk is.
Oh, yeah, he's, you know what that's called? It's casing the joint.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
That's the word. He's casing the place, right? And then, according to the Tavares Police Department, finally gets up the courage. They call it a poor life choice. He reached over the counter and grabbed the entire vape display and then took off running with his friends. Looks like Carrot Top's kid. Look at this kid.
Yeah.
He's got some bright orange hair on him.
Little shaggy redhead.
Yeah. Yeah. Surveillance images show he and his male companions, his friends, now cops are asking for the community to help identify this kid. I'm telling you right now, this kid, his hair is as orange as a traffic cone. If he is,
I mean, you know
yeah,
this kid.
if this kid lives anywhere within 50 miles of the crime scene, someone knows who this kid is. Yeah, maybe they've already found him. So if you know the individual, you need to call the Tavares Police Department.
I mean, today's Friday. I mean, this happened. Was it Wednesday that happened? It's only been a couple
well,
of days.
they released the video on Wednesday.
Okay.
I haven't seen where they caught somebody. Hey, here's a moron. Hey, we're pretty Florida with the morons today. This jackwagon, this is down in Collier County. Guy's going 100 miles an hour in a school zone? What the living bleep? 100 miles an hour in a school zone. Arrested. Almost hit a school bus with kids on board. Earlier this week, about 2:30 p.m., deputies saw a red pickup truck speeding. The driver, Stephen Hamlet, 39 years old, almost crashed into a cement truck. You know what? That's a vehicle that you don't want to run into, a cement truck.
Yeah.
You know, that spinning metal barrel of concrete, just thick, dense concrete. That's, you know what? I'd rather run into a feather pillow truck than a concrete truck.
Where's the new My Pillow truck, huh?
Yeah.
Not making any more deliveries.
I don't know, man.
Not too many of them on the road anymore.
That Mike Lindell's crying these days. I'm broke. No one will lend me money. Well, you talk about some poor life decisions. Mike Lindell from My Pillow. You've made some very, very poor life decisions. I don't have time to go into it. But this is nuts. So this guy, Stephen Hamlet, almost crashed into a cement truck, then nearly hits a school bus full of kids head on while passing the cement truck in a no passing zone. The deputy said that Hamlet also went through the grass to pass vehicles through the school zone. The speed limit was 20 miles an hour. And this guy's doing 100. What the bleep? So he was pulled over. When deputies searched this guy's pick-em-up truck, they found bags labeled grassroots.
Grassroots.
Guess what was in the bags labeled grassroots?
What is that, big old drug bag?
How about grass? Yeah. How about weed? Yeah, the guy had bags containing marijuana.
Grassroots.
He had a grinder. He had a glass pipe that tested positive for cocaine residue.
Oh, wow.
He was arrested, facing charges of reckless driving, possession of drug paraphernalia. According to the arrest report, he was booked into the Collier County Jail. Can you believe? I mean, that is unconscionable. I mean, a 20-mile-an-hour school zone, the dude's doing 100, and he almost hits a school bus full of kids head on? Way to go, Stephen Hamlet.
Good night, sweet prince.
Oh,
That's from Hamlet, the play.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to start quoting some Shakespeare over here?
I've been looking through Hamlet quotes to try something funny, and even I've never watched Hamlet, or I'm not that familiar with it.
Did you ever read Hamlet in school?
The only thing I've had that involves ham and school are lunch sandwiches.
So the only Hamlet that you are familiar with is Let Me Have the Ham.
I thought a ham omelet was a Hamlet.
And then another Florida morons in the news story. I mean, what is going on here? We've had some crazy, firefighter, paramedic stories lately. Another local firefighter in the Tampa Bay area, like brought up on child porn charges. There was another one recently that was called out and arrested. Now we've got a former Sarasota County firefighter who stole cash during a medical call. You know, you call 911. You don't expect one of the responders to rip off your cash.
Of all the local fireman stories lately that have been really terrible, this one's not that bad. I'd much rather have the fireman come by and steal some cash than
the collection of kiddie porn.
That guy.
My God, what?
That guy.
Sarasota deputies, they have busted Ryan Hagenbuch. 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 Buch. Is it a? Okay. Anyway, this happened last month, and he's been arrested on a grand theft charge. 44-year-old former Sarasota firefighter is accused of stealing a guy's money, a dead dude. So 911 is called. They go to the scene. This is a medical call.
How'd they know they stole it from the dead dude? How do you tell?
Booch, whatever, was a firefighter with the Sarasota County Fire Department for 15 years until he resigned after the incident. So the crime, we're just finding out about this now, but the crime happened back in March, and this was in Nokomis. So it's Sarasota at the Nokomis Inn, all right? The Nokomis Inn and Suites. Sounds like a fine place. So Hagenbuch and another firefighter, they go to a call, and they find an 80-year-old patient had expired. So they get to a call, 80-year-old patient, and he doesn't make it. So law enforcement was also on scene. They left the room, and Hagenbuch told the other firefighter that was in the room with him at the Nokomis Inn and Suites that he should take a little bit of lunch money. So according to the arrest report from the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, this Hagenbuch grabbed $200 from the dead 80-year-old's wallet.
And he did it in front of the other guy and made
Yes,
a joke about it?
Put it in his pocket. And Hagenbuch allegedly said he's dead. No one's going to know now.
All right, I agree with that part, except for your partner.
But no, you don't, dude. Even if his partner was, even
His partner did the right thing.
Yeah, the partner turned him in.
Right.
Yes, but listen. Well, hold on. Are you suggesting that
all I'm saying is
you would have taken the money if the partner wasn't with you? Is that what you're insinuating?
I'm just saying if you're going to take the $200 from
no,
the dead
you
guy,
don't. You don't take the $200 at all.
Okay, he's not there.
You're
He's going to take it. If you're going to take it, you got to be a little smarter than to do it in front of your buddy and make a joke about it. You think you're that cool with the guy that he's not going to turn you in?
Yeah, the other firefighter reported the theft to his superiors.
Which you have to do.
Of course. Listen, the other firefighter did the right thing. Talk about a profession of trust. You trust first responders like police officers, paramedics, firefighters, and to have a firefighter go into the guy's wallet, oh, he's dead, he's not going to miss this $200, and he that's horrific.
All right, any EMT or firefighter that finds me dead, if I got any cash on me, it's yours, man.
How about your wife and kids get it?
Nah, I'm not going to leave my
All right.
my 401k to the firefighter.
Right.
But if I have, $50 in my pocket, take some lunch money.
So they fired the guy, and this is just a blemish. Most first responders, the overwhelming percentage of firefighters, police officers would do the right thing. They wouldn't steal the guy's money. You got bad apples in any walk of life.
Yeah. I will say the Nokomis Inn and Suites looks like a lovely beachside hotel.
Is it beachside?
Yeah, it's like it looks like a throwback from like the 40s type hotel. But
gotcha.
it's a cute little place.
All right, it is 6:53 at the MJ Morning Show. 7 o'clock hour starts next. Hey, I've got a creepy dating story. You want to be creeped out? I might go to phones on this. What would you do? Would the date last as long as this date lasted if it were you? So what did creepy guy do on the date? All right, skin-crawling, creepy date crap. Next on the MJ Morning Show here on Q105, 104.7 FM. Don't move. 7:02 at the MJ Morning Show, and a creepy, crawly dating story. I would have to ask our listeners, would you survive on a creepy date like this as long as this woman did? Yeah, I read this whole scenario, and it just goes through the multiple red flags which were presented during this dating experience. So this woman takes to social media and she tells the story about a date that she went on. The guy takes her to Six Flags.
Oh, the theme park?
Yeah.
Sounds like a great day.
Right. So, on the surface, all right, first date, Six Flags.
That's a lot for a first date. I'm not going to lie.
All right. So that's the plan. I'm thinking you just meet for some coffee or something, or a little snack.
Get your Panera bread. We'll get a bagel.
Meet for lunch or something. Anyway, so Six Flags on a first. That's kind of a long commitment. I mean, if you don't like what you're seeing or what you're interacting with, you kind of can be out of that deal pretty quickly if you just meet at a restaurant. But going to a theme park, that's a little bit of a commitment. And here the guy's taking her to Six Flags, but this goes both ways. What if the guy doesn't like the woman? You've made a theme park commitment.
I'm not even thinking about the financial investment, just the amount of time to spend with somebody you don't know.
All right, so Jade is allegedly her name. Jade tells the story about the worst date that she's ever been on. She says that the date just starts off weird. The guy's just not talking. She says that she'll say something kind of strange, just try to get a response, and there's like no response out of this guy. Then he'll say something and, she'll then try to like fake laugh, and it's just awkward. It's weird. All right, so what are the first and second red flags? So Jade says that when she asked to use her date's phone to play some music, she discovered that every playlist on his Apple Music playlist was named after her.
Oh.
Okay. Already he had all of his playlists named after her, like Jade 1, Jade 2, Jade 3. What was this guy planning? But there were also pictures of her as the cover image for the playlists.
Did he pull them off of her social media?
Must be, or the dating site.
Yeah.
So she's asking herself, am I even going home today? She's wondering if she's going to end up like buried in a ditch somewhere. So Jade pretended not to see the playlists. So she's like looking and notices her name, but then she tries to play it off that, no, I'm not going to acknowledge that this guy's got my picture and name on all of these playlists. So the two of them arrive initially at a go-karting track, but it was closed. So according to Jade, they sat in silence in his car for the next 30 minutes. She also says that whenever she had her phone out, her date would constantly ask who she was texting and try to look at the screen over her shoulder. All right. At what point do you just cut your losses? At what point do you just like abort? I mean, how many red flags need to pop up? You're named after all of his playlists.
His playlists are named after you.
What did I say?
Vice versa.
All right, whatever. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
All right. Her picture is used as the cover art on the playlists. Oh, my God. Then he wants to know who you're talking to, who you're texting. He's trying to peek over your shoulder. So I guess after the go-karting place was closed.
So they left Six Flags?
Well, no. They're not at Six Flags yet. Just stay with me here. They're not at Six Flags yet. The go-karting place was closed, so then they decided to go to Taco Bell. While eating in the car.
It's a solid choice. Taco Bell's a good, quick meal choice.
Well, it should have just stopped there then. So after eating the Taco Bell in the car, Jade's date, this guy, has a number of accidents, and he's spilling the Taco Bell crap all over his clothing.
It's a tough meal to eat.
He's like dropping like what, refried beans and sauce. It's just ending up all over the dude's shirt. So this caused him to get increasingly annoyed. So he's dropping food all over his shirt. He's going, damn it, son of a... So the guy's having like these micro outbursts of anger, and then he has to get out of the car, go into the Taco Bell to clean himself up in the bathroom. So Jade says by the time the guy comes out, she's already done eating. So then she has to sit there watching him finish his food for what she says is 30 minutes. And there's just no conversation, no communicating at all. All right, how freaking weird is this? All right, let's get to the third red flag. So then after Taco Bell in the car, and he's wearing most of his lunch apparently,
right?
That's what he says, let's go to Six Flags. So she's like, what? We were just at a go-kart track, now Taco Bell, and now Six Flags. So then Jade says that her date got annoyed when he had to pay $30 for parking. So he had to pay $30 for parking at Six Flags?
Yeah, that's Disney's parking.
Is it $30?
Yeah, we went to Epcot a couple of weeks
Real
ago.
$30?
$30 on parking.
So then apparently he's like son of a, he's mumbling about the $30 in parking. So she says, hey, you planned the date. Why are you yelling at me? So she drops multiple hints apparently about wanting to get the hell out of there and go home, but apparently he didn't get the clue. Well,
No.
this is a point where in this date, you got to say, date is over, take me home, or better, just get out of the car. If you're feeling uncomfortable, you're on a first date here, just get the hell out of the situation. So then while in line for one of the rides at Six Flags, she realized that she was in front of 3 people that she knew from school. When she asked her date to stay calm about it, he decided to do something differently. He was like, I'm going to stare at them until they get uncomfortable and look away. What is going to, I mean, get out, leave. So over the few rides, Jade says her date kept trying to hold her hand or put his arm around her, even though she kept trying to avoid any of the advances. I mean, sending obviously the body language, the signals, the messages, maybe like pulling away a little bit. And anyway, he just continues to want to touch her. And then finally, he says, I guess, or he finds an opening, but she says that he obviously saw a look on her face that she was not interested. And he says, is it okay if I put my arm around you? And she says, well, no, it's kind of already there.
Yeah.
All right. So what was the final red flag? So Jade demanded that she wanted to be taken home.
Good for Jade.
But the guy's protesting, saying that, no, he has dinner plans now. What the hell?
Oh, my God.
Go-karting to Taco Bell to Six Flags. This is like a hostage date. I mean, how did Jade... I got to call Jade out on the carpet here. Why is she not running from this?
So I'm looking at Jade right now.
Let me tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing go-karting Taco Bell, Six Flags dinner body bag. That's what's going through my eyes. So what are you thinking, Fester?
I mean, Jade doesn't step up at any point in this date and say, listen, this isn't working. Or, hey, listen, let's just part ways here.
All right. Finally, Jade says, I want to go home. But the guy protests and again pushes the fact, I've got dinner plans. But she finally stands her ground and Jade says, I want to go home. And before they get in his car, she says that the guy made her take a picture with him. Let's take a picture together. So as soon as they pull up to her gate at her apartment complex, apparently, she hops out of the car when her date said that it would be rude of him not to meet her parents.
Yeah, I got bad news for you.
Jade said, my parents are at home. And then she asked him not to walk her to the door. But he insisted, I got to walk you to the door. He then hugged her. And as she pulled away, made a face as though he was about to plant a kiss on her.
Ooh, you know that face.
Oh, my God. And then she decides to run inside. She says, hey, drive safely. And she starts to run away and run inside. But that wasn't it. The date started yelling her name and then started calling her and texting her as she's already made the break away from this guy. Then he sends a text message. Could he get a kiss before he leaves? She's already fled. She should have fled 9 hours earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, and then she responds back, I don't kiss on the first date.
Good answer, Jade.
Oh, my God. Then the guy pretends to be stuck at the gate.
That's on you, pal.
and
Sorry.
then waited a while to see if she would come back out. And then finally, the guy gave up and left. Over the next few days, Jade says that the guy kept texting her paragraphs of crap, begging her not to ghost him. So
Yeah, I guess.
she's getting these paragraphs of texts. Don't ghost me. Don't ghost me. And she's like, oh, my God. And that's when the video ends. And so Fester's got a little bit of the audio here.
I have the whole thing. This is an 8-minute video.
I had to paraphrase it.
Oh, that's so rude.
Listen.
I have to walk you up to your front door and meet your parents. I was like, my parents are home. They're not home. You can't meet them, sorry. And I didn't want him walking all the way up to my front door because, like, my bedroom door kind of is just, like, on the side of the house. And I was like, you can just park up next to my bedroom door so you don't have to walk.
Anyways, how do you let it get that far?
Poor Jade.
Oh, man. I mean, I got to believe that most of our female listeners would have cut the cord on this one early on. I mean, I know we've talked about like bad dates. I know we've taken calls in the past where, women have just, gotten out of a situation. It's like, this is not working. Or the, hey, got to go to the bathroom trick, and then you just freaking disappear. If you met someone somewhere and all they have is maybe your phone number, they don't know where you live.
Or may contact you on some social platform.
Yeah, just get the hell. Let's try to grab a call or two. Any of our female listeners, you ever have anything close to this kind of a bizarre date? Or any of our female listeners just walk out? Have you aborted a date, midway and just fled? Any thoughts on this young woman putting up with this? I mean, don't be embarrassed. I mean, just if you're uncomfortable, just leave. All right, 800-990-1047. After hearing that story, any thoughts, any comments? Do you have a story about a date where it was just ultra uncomfortable and you had to get the hell out? Please don't tell me you stayed for this kind of duration like this young woman did.
It sounds like a 10-hour date.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it was just
this
like a
sounds like a
ridiculous amount of time. All right, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. If you have any thoughts about that story, you have anything to relay to us regarding a date that you might have been on? There are angles here that, as a guy, I might not even be thinking of. I mean, what advice would you give to this young woman? Do you have any advice?
I think I have more advice for this guy.
Yeah, put a bag over your head and
stop. just off yourself now.
I mean, dude, man, that's some spooky stuff. If anyone has any thoughts on this, 800-990-1047. Andrew's in the screening process right now, answering phone calls. Andrew, try to turn some over because I don't want to get too late here because the 1 hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ starts in just a matter of moments here.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, but why, again, did she tolerate this for so long? All right, let me grab Tamara in Tampa. Tamara, welcome to the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
All right, what do you think of that story?
I think it's absolutely crazy. However, unfortunately, a lot of us experience that, and we feel like we have to stay on the date because we're trying to save our lives in some situations.
Whoa, hold on a minute. You think that you're in more danger to stay on a creepy date than getting out of it?
Absolutely, because you're trying to find a safe way out. In her instance, she waited way too long. I totally agree. But sometimes there's not like a exit strategy, and your mind is racing on who can help you or how you can leave. For me, I would have been out of there. However, it's just one of those situations where you're just like, okay, I got to make it. I got to make it home. So,
She's right.
yeah.
Tamara, you're absolutely right because they were in his car. I mean, she didn't have like a friend on hot standby to make an emergency call to end it, like something terrible happened.
Just Uber the hell out of there, man. Call Lyft, call Uber. Just again, the old bathroom trick. Hey, I got to go to the bathroom quickly. I'll be right back. And then just make a break for it. Tamara, so when was the last time you were on a date where you felt compelled you had to stay because you thought it was safer to stay than to flee?
Well, it's been a while. However, I did have a particular date, and I got just the inkling something was wrong when I first got into the car. He was really possessive, and I was just kind of like, hey, I want to do this. And he changed the plans, like, instantly. And so after that, luckily for me, I did get out of there, and I did have a friend on standby, and I was able to just kind of say, hey, look, I'm going to, head to the bathroom. I came back, though, because he was right there by the bathroom waiting for me like a creep, like I thought he was.
Oh, man.
And after that, my
Wait,
friend...
hold on. So he's waiting at the bathroom to make sure you didn't make a break for it?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
my
Like
God.
he's just like, oh, I was just leaving the bathroom too. He made it seem like he was going to the bathroom and he was just meeting me on the way out. And I'm like, no, I know you were just right there.
Man, it sounds you were a couple of clicks away from ending up like in that movie Room.
But yeah, so my friend ended up just coming to the restaurant, and I was just like, oh my God, girl, I haven't seen you forever. And I just like, hey, I got to cut this short. I have to see my friend. She's here. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen her forever. And that's how I got out of it. But unfortunately, yeah, it happens. And you just have to get, creative on how to get out.
Tamara, thanks for the call. That's a great story. Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
You too. All right, 7:21 at the MJ Morning Show. We start an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ next. Which celebrities, which big stars, which big music acts can't sell tickets? I mean, there are a couple of shockers here. So a couple of big names are having trouble selling concert tickets. I don't want to give one of the names away, but the individual's been in the news lately, and there is a follow-up to, some of the uncomfortable social media that's surrounded this circus. So what is it? We'll tell you next on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM, hour 20. It is 7:29 at the MJ Morning Show. Here we go, an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ next. Why give me a look? Fester just walks in and gave me like a death stare. What?
So,
you all right?
no, maybe.
You're all like disheveled. What's going on?
Okay, so usually
Yeah.
the engineers have a cart, right? And it's like fairly empty.
Yeah.
Well, today it's loaded with crap. And I need the cart today.
Oh, you need the push cart.
Yeah.
Oh, today's the Cuban sandwich winner day.
Yeah, Station House Barbecue's coming in about an hour and a half, maybe hour 15 minutes. I told them to be here like 8:45.
Right.
But they said we're going to need, and then you said you're going to press the sandwiches live.
All right, hold on.
The thing weighs like 100 pounds.
Hang on a minute. So you got to explain the story.
Okay.
So,
all right.
2 weeks ago or
A
so?
week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago?
There was was it a barbecue? What was it? No, it was the Cuban. It was the Cuban festival.
Cuban
Right,
Sandwich
right.
Festival. Every year they have it in
Ybor. So the Cuban Sandwich Festival, and the winner of the best Cuban sandwich was a barbecue place,
Right.
called Station House Barbecue.
Right.
And it wasn't one of the traditional, well-known, really, really good Cuban-centric restaurants in the Tampa Bay area. And there's a lot of good Cuban sandwiches in town that meet my high criteria for a delicious, pressed Cuban sandwich. But kind of a surprise, this barbecue joint, they won the best Cuban sandwich at the Cuban Festival. And I said to Fester, get them in. Have them make the Cuban sandwich. But here's the deal. I didn't want them to make the sandwich and bring it in after it was pressed like an hour ago.
Right.
I'm like, you got to press it fresh.
I mean, you got it.
So I told Fester, you got to, you got to, cajole them to bring the whole sandwich press machine into the studio, into the station, to press the Cubans so we get a hot, fresh, pressed Cuban right off the bat. Instead of bringing up wrapped up sandwiches that were made an hour ago or more, because then you can't really get the fresh, pressed Cuban experience. So you're saying the pressing machine weighs a lot?
I mean, it's more than one person can carry. So she said, you have a cart. And I was like, yeah, sure,
Yeah,
we have a cart.
We get some carts around here.
Not knowing if we have a cart or
Well,
not.
we do. The engineers, they have a cart to push like equipment around.
Well, what are the engineers busy working on? our new studio.
Yeah, trying to build our new. Oh, is the cart loaded up with electronic crap?
Loaded up.
Oh no! You better not disturb that apple cart, man. That'll. If you disturb the engineer's cart as they're building the new, we're already 4.5 years behind schedule.
All right, so too late. I mean, there's drills and there's soldering irons and there's wire snips.
Are you dismantling the engineer's cart? You're telling me there's not a cart in another one in the whole building?
No. I mean, that's the only cart I can find.
Because they need to bring up this heavy Cuban sandwich press machine because I have rightfully demanded that my Cuban be pressed on the spot, on the scene.
We're working to achieve that. So I have this cart, and they're going to get here kind of maybe when we're still on the air for this big long break of nothing but MJ.
Yeah.
And, or I'm sorry, nonstop MJ. And I have this
Don't call it a break. People don't know what that means.
Okay, well,
when people think of a break, it's when you stop.
Well,
yeah.
I have this.
It's a segment.
I have this cart half filled with engineer stuff, like nothing that can get crushed or crazy valuable sitting up front. And it's just a lot. I mean, I want to make sure everything goes flawlessly.
Right.
And it's a lot. So hopefully they'll be here in about an hour and 15 minutes, and I might have to run out to help them get into the. I mean, we're shorthanded today. I don't think anybody else is showing up to work today. By the way, I mean, there's us.
No, what are you talking about? The
This is
office
Good
is open.
Friday.
The office is open. People can leave early today. We're closing. The office is open today, but an email went out that the office is closing at 3:00 today instead of 5.
Ooh. 3 instead of 5.
No, but the office is not
All
closed
right.
today.
All
No,
right.
we're open today. All right, 7:33 at the MJ Morning Show. So the item that I mentioned before the break, I'm sure it has intrigued many. I'm sure that you've been hanging on to the edge of your seat waiting for the big reveal. Which music superstars are having a tough time selling tickets?
I mean, at the price of tickets, I imagine.
Well, listen,
a lot.
I brought this up. I saw that when Stevie Nicks was coming. Stevie Nicks was coming at the end of August, and Michelle loves Stevie Nicks. Michelle loves Fleetwood Mac, but the seats that we like are like $480 a ticket, and these are the side seats. This is like the section at Amelie just to the left or the right of the stage, like up in the 100 section.
Yeah.
Was it like 129 or 111, 112? Like those seats. And the tickets are like $480. I'm like, what is going on with these ticket prices? And they're out of control. All right, so maybe the ticket prices are having an effect here, but do you have any idea? Who are two celebrities that are having trouble selling tickets right now? Any idea?
I don't even know who's coming out. Who's announced a concert?
The first one is Beyonce. And it's kind of a shocker that fans that did buy tickets like with the early frenzy and paid through the nose are shocked to see that there are tons of empty seats. So the official Ticketmaster site shows that the tour's opening night of April 28th in L.A. still has close to 4,000 unsold seats. So the fans are shocked. The concert is still, 10 days away, but they're able to go online and see all of the seats that are still available. And this is in L.A.
I mean, there's still good seats available in this. They're not, well, maybe not good seats, 500 level, but $85 a ticket?
Yeah, close to, well, those are the
cheapest ones.
The ones all the way up like where your head is hitting the ceiling.
Yeah, you're right next to the red light so a plane doesn't hit you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But 4,000 or so unsold seats for Beyonce, and the fans that jumped on early and they paid a lot of money for seats, they're surprised at how many empty seats there are 10 days away. So Beyonce and they picked big venues for Beyonce, and she's not filling them. Guess who else can't sell tickets?
Cher.
And I kind of gave a little hint in that this singer's been pretty prevalent in the news lately.
Is she putting the ass in astronaut?
Yes, she claimed she was putting the ass in astronaut.
But Katy Perry can't sell her concerts
Yep,
out?
they're having trouble.
Oh.
So Katy Perry, but also she's coming off of a flop of an album. And listen, I like Katy Perry. I will never forget how kind Michelle said Katy Perry was to Chloe when Chloe was just a little girl backstage. Back then it was probably the St. Pete Times Forum, now Amalie Arena. And Chloe was, I think, 7 or 8 years old. And Katy Perry was in town, and through our radio station, got backstage passes. And Chloe and Michelle met Katy Perry, took a picture, cute photo of Chloe with Katy when she was a little girl. And we even talked about with Katy Perry is set to come around to Tampa Bay again.
Yeah.
So Katy Perry is supposed to be here in August as well, but Chloe will probably be on her way to law school at that point. So probably not going to happen. But we thought it'd be great for Chloe to meet Katy Perry again, bring the old picture of her like from, 17 or, years ago. Hey, Katy, this is me back then. And
Way to make Katy feel like a geriatric.
Yeah, so
Does Mexico love Katy Perry? Is there something happening in Mexico that I don't know about?
I don't know, but I'm looking at the schedule, and Katy Perry's got 3 freaking Mexico City arena dates.
I mean, Mexico City's
Wow.
a big town.
All right, but here's the deal. So Katy Perry's album, which debuted last year, her latest, was declared by music experts as full of bombs, and it was just a flop. The Katy Perry album that she did last year was apparently the biggest flop of her career, and now she's going on tour, and the word is that her 143 tour. So the album was called 143?
143, I love you.
Or is that what it is?
Yeah, well, the 143 is a code for I love you.
I didn't know that.
Love
Hold
4.
on. I didn't,
143.
how am I today years old? I didn't know that.
Well, because very few people say they love you to you. I mean,
Hold on.
I
Hold
don't
on.
know.
Are you telling me that most people know that 143 means I love you?
I would bet.
Hold
yeah.
on, Andrew, did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Hold on, you knew that?
Like if somebody says 143 or sends you a text like 143.
I have never heard that in my entire life.
143 means I love you. That's it. Everybody knows it but MJ.
No, my wife does. Hold on a minute. Hang on a minute. Let me call Michelle. She's on the road with Chloe. I'm guessing that they should be awake at,
If not, they're waking up now.
well, maybe. We'll see.
Come on.
I don't think my wife knows what this means. I don't know if she's going to pick up.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Michelle.
Yeah,
I guess you're sleeping.
I am.
I thought you guys have to get up to do some stuff.
It's a later appointment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, what does 143 mean?
143.
Yeah, what does 143 mean?
Like if you got it in a text message.
If someone sends you a text and it says 143, do you know what that means?
Not at all. Not at all.
So look
Okay,
at this.
hold on, stop.
I don't know. My wife doesn't know.
Wake up, Chloe.
Where's Michelle? Is Chloe nearby?
No.
Oh, great.
Well, they're staying with someone. So
Oh, okay.
they're in, it's not like they're in a motel.
I thought
or
they were in a hotel room.
No, it's not like they're in a
Okay.
motel or hotel. They're staying with someone we know. So Chloe's in a different room.
Okay, so 143 is code for I love you.
Michelle, have you ever heard of that?
No.
I never heard of that ever. I never knew that 143 meant it was code for I love you.
Yeah, because the one is the I, right? One letter, and then love is 4 letters. You
That's
is 3.
the dumbest. What? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard,
Dude.
All right. So apparently,
I think it's dumb.
apparently it was used in pagers. Remember the old stupid pagers, and people would like call me immediately 911.
Beepers.
Yeah,
yes.
remember the old pagers? So I guess 143 was one of those pager codes, meaning, and the reason why we're bringing this up is because Katy Perry's last album was 143. The album was a total flop, And
This is the 143 tour?
yeah, and those tickets aren't selling either. So two big celebrities that are having trouble selling tickets, Beyonce and apparently Katy Perry. All right, Michelle. I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
All right,
Bye.
143.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 143. I told you, she doesn't know either.
Okay, I'm just
I
telling
mean,
you.
you're looking at me like I have a freaking cyclops eye in the middle of my forehead, and my wife doesn't know what 143 is either.
Did she have a beeper?
Anyway, so two big celebrities having trouble selling. Also, I'm telling you, the ticket prices. I mean, with the economy seemingly starting to slow down a little bit, you know, the concert prices are insane.
What would you pay to see Stevie Nicks? What would you pay to see Katy Perry?
Listen, for Stevie Nicks, I think that for good seats, I think a fair price, I think $200 tops.
Okay.
So the seats that we like are like $450 to $480 a ticket. $1,000 to go see. I'm sorry. It's not worth it.
Okay. What would you pay to see Katy Perry?
$75-$80. So what are the seats on the sections we like at Amelie?
So the 118 section right next to the stage?
Yeah, $200 a ticket.
194. Is that plus fees?
Probably so. $194.75, and then don't they jam on all those fees on you?
Yeah. So the $75 tickets are up in near the roof.
Hey, speaking of Katy Perry, apparently she was stung by the Wendy's snarky response. If you miss this,
What? Wendy's got to her?
apparently so.
Oh wow.
So with the whole astronaut thing, which technically they are not astronauts. They were carnival riders.
Yeah.
They got on a ride, albeit a very expensive ride, but that's all it was. This was a super rich carnival ride. You get strapped in, the rocket shoots up, and then it comes down. I mean, how is that different from the Tower of Terror over at Disney? It's not. It's a carnival ride. So they're not astronauts because the definition, according to NASA, for an astronaut is you have to have some control of the flight. They did nothing. They did zippo. I mean, they did less than getting in an Uber. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, you're right.
They did. I mean,
or maybe the exact same. They got in, they buckled up.
With an Uber, you open your own door and get in and strap yourself in.
Somebody opened the door for them, didn't they?
And strap them in and everything. I'm telling you, you're doing more in an Uber ride than they did on this thing. So she's not an astronaut because they didn't control any portion of the flight. And then we had the story earlier in the week that then Wendy's, yes, the fast food restaurant Wendy's was like throwing shade at Katy Perry, saying, hey, can we send her back? Meaning, can we send Katy Perry back to space? And, Fester pointed out that Wendy's has been known over the last number of years to kind of have snarky responses to, big events or, pop culture or
That's
whatever.
their thing. Good for them.
But the word is that Katy Perry is hurt by Wendy's inappropriate jibe at her, according to Page 6. Yeah. Can we send her back? After, Katy put out a social media message that, that she's back from space, the 11-minute mission. And but the word is that Katy Perry was taken aback and her feelings were hurt by Wendy's. But then
Look at People Magazine. Katy Perry deserves an apology from Wendy's. It's a hamburger place. She's been a star for a long time. She's had good press. She's had bad press.
Hang
You
on.
get bent out of shape from the Frosty maker?
Now Wendy's declines to apologize. So Wendy's is not apologizing.
This is great.
Yeah. So Wendy's, they snarked at her. They took a stab at her. But now Wendy's is not going to apologize.
Good for Wendy's.
So People Magazine spoke to a person described as close to the situation.
Wendy herself. Wendy in Dublin, Ohio, right now living in her big mansion.
So People's been in touch with both sides. So People says that Katy Perry is insulted and hurt by Wendy's position that they want to shoot her back up into orbit. And then Wendy's is also saying that they don't intend to apologize.
Headline from Rolling Stone magazine. Wendy's has said it has a ton of respect for Katy Perry.
Right, but they're not going to apologize over the
not
space
apologizing.
jab.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've got the same thing. Wendy says that it has a ton of respect for Katy Perry, but they're not apologizing.
That makes me like Wendy's even more.
All right, one last thing on this this space tourism deal. The Kardashians have given Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos' fiance, a $7,000 purse as a gift after the space mission. Really?
Oh.
Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos' wife-to-be, fiance now, she really needs a $7,000 purse from the Kardashians as a gift. Oh, yay. You got strapped in, shot up into space for 11 minutes, and you came down. Here's a $7,000 purse. I'm sorry.
I mean, the kind of stores that Lauren Sanchez is shopping at, 7,000. That's not even a coin purse, right?
Yeah, I don't listen. That's just stupid. And then speaking of celebrities, you see the embarrassing thing that happened to Selena Gomez?
No, what happened?
Well, you think this was intentional or was this just an oversight? Selena Gomez put a picture online. She shared maybe a little too much information. Was this an oversight or was this intentional? So
is this photo right here of her kind of lounging around the messy room?
Let me tell the story.
All right.
So Selena Gomez puts a picture on her Instagram account on April 6th. So this is a couple of weeks ago already. But then sleuths can see a bottle of KY lubricating jelly on the windowsill above the couch that she's all lounging on.
I mean, this is a very comfortable photo. I mean, the house is kind of a mess.
Yeah,
The room's a mess.
It's a lot of clutter.
Yeah, a lot of
But
clutter.
you know, there's a difference between clutter and dirty.
Yes,
Right?
it's not a dirty room.
No, that is, but that's important.
Yes.
So somebody can have a cluttered house, but it's not dirty. There's a big difference. Somebody that just has a lot of stuff versus a place that's just hygienically, a porta potty, just a dirty, filthy kitchen, filthy, dirty bathrooms, and so there's a difference between cluttered and dirty. This is cluttered. It doesn't appear to be dirty. It just looks like the room is cluttered. And then on the windowsill, she's got a bottle of KY lubricating jelly. So like everyone's going, oh man, I don't know who her boyfriend is. Some dude named.
I think they broke up.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh
No. It's her fiance. They haven't broken up.
Okay, because it says
her fiance is some dude by the name of Benny Blanco.
The headline says photo dump with Benny.
No, she didn't.
I saw that.
She didn't dump Benny Blanco.
Right.
No, that's her fiance.
Dumped the photos.
And are we getting a little bit too much information about the need for her to have this? How do you say this lubrication jelly? But you got to be careful. I mean, there have been times where there have been other stories where a picture's taken or there's video and you just don't realize.
You got to see what's in the background.
All these little Easter eggs. I mean, people look for this kind of crap. Oh, let me see the products that Selena Gomez has. What does she use? Oh, look, KY lubrication jelly right on the windowsill, right behind her in the picture.
Right there.
Yes. No, but there have been stories in the past where there have been inadvertent revelations. Hey, I've had things that I've posted online, and then I realized, oops, I better take that down.
Remember that time you tried to sell that kettle naked?
Stop.
Remember that online picture of the guy selling the kettle and his whole reflection?
That's a long time ago. Yeah. Remember that? There was that was a meme going around for a while.
That was one of the original memes.
Yeah, that's like, what, 20 years ago? wasn't a dude selling like a stainless steel coffee pot or something on eBay, and then the reflection of him taking the picture was in the kettle, and the guy's like just totally naked, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at yeah. Look at. Oh my God. Yeah. When was that? Fester just brought the picture up.
I found it on Reddit, but this is old.
You know what? This coffee's got a little wang to it. Yes, it does.
Something doesn't taste quite right.
Yeah, it does. No, but I've posted things in the past where, I mean, nothing like totally embarrassing, but I've posted something where maybe there was some personal information that I didn't want revealed. I'm trying to think of the last thing where I posted. Oh, I know what it was.
When
Hold
you
on.
gave your social security number out.
No. Julian had to fix something for me. Oh, I know what it was. This is a couple of months ago, and I was visiting my parents. You know, my dad's not in great shape over in Fort Lauderdale, and I was visiting my parents, and my dad, who is bedridden, he sits in bed and he orders crap. He just orders stuff on Amazon. He's ordering crap off of Temu.
Did you guys talk to him, or is he still doing that?
I haven't heard my mom complain about it, so they might have backed it off. But my dad is just ordering all kinds of crap. So I shot a video of like 20 items, and my mom's like, Todd, we don't know what to do. Your dad's just ordering all kinds of stuff. And my mom shows me this pile of boxes and shipping envelopes. So I go through the crap, and it's just stuff you don't need. Like he ordered an Apple core. He ordered like furniture movers. And I didn't even know what they were. I mean, they were like those, like the little wheelie furniture mover. Yeah, Fester found the video, which was posted on February 23rd. So here's the deal. I shoot this video, and the original video, if you look at, he's got brushes, and I mean, he's just ordering all kinds of crap. And again, the bulk of it is this Temu junk. So among the videos, there's a box, and there was a shipping label. And in the first version of the video that I posted, you could see my parents' address on the shipping label.
Oh.
And Julian took the video, and then Julian he said right there.
Right there, you blurred it out.
So Julian pixelated the video, because originally you could see the shipping label with my parents' address. I'm like, oh man. So that's an example of like posting something online, and I didn't know initially, but then when I looked at it, it was up for like 10 minutes. I'm like, oh crap, I got to take this down. And then I had Julian take the address out. But you know, with Selena Gomez, did she intentionally, or is this just a picture she took and she didn't know that there was the potentially embarrassing container of KY lubricating jelly in the windowsill right behind her?
All right, listen, if you go back to your parents' house, bring me back that head shaver.
Oh,
that looks pretty cool. I could use that.
My dad ordered like 10 like, what do you call those little rotating blades on the shavers?
It's an electric shaver.
Yeah.
But it's the most robust head shaver I've ever seen. It's really impressive.
Yeah. Hey, which color? And by the way, folks, a couple of things. Cash Kitty's coming up at 8 o'clock. And then also, we're going to get into the FSU situation from Florida State yesterday. And just after 8 o'clock, so minutes from now. So Cash Kitty's at 8 o'clock. We'll give you the new keyword, and we'll give you the text number again. You text the keyword, and you got a shot at $1,000. So Cash Kitty happens in about 5 minutes at 8 o'clock. And then right after that, we're going to get Enrico on the phone. Enrico is the son of Rick. Rick is our operations manager here at the Beasley Media Group in Tampa. And he was on campus and part of the lockdown yesterday at FSU up in Tallahassee. So we'll get into that here in just a bit. Hey, on a much lighter note, obviously, what color do you think is the most returned?
Wow.
You know, I'm curious. You know what? I might ask listeners to buzz in quickly here. You know what? I am. So pretty much, I think this is going to be, primarily, for our female listeners. But listen, if you're a guy, just tell me. Have you ordered clothing recently or over the last year and returned it? What color did you return? Or maybe it's a multitude of colors, but apparently there is one clothing color that is the hands down most returned color. All right, before I reveal, let me go to phones on this. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. So if you've returned clothing recently, last couple of months, or maybe historically, is there a color that you find that you return more frequently? And I want to see if it jibes with the stats here. There is one color that is the most returned color when people order clothing online, get shipped, and then they return it. So what do you think the color is? Let's go to phones on this. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. What color do you return frequently, or maybe you have in the past?
Now, my wife will buy a bunch of things off of Amazon. She has no issue returning the stuff, but there always seems to be one color that she always thinks she's going to like and ends up returning.
What's your wife's color?
I don't want to, for fear of being right, I don't want to ruin the segment.
No. I'm about to do the reveal anyway.
All right, green.
That is not the color.
Oh.
Yep. That's like Maury Povich. You are not the father.
Oh, thank God.
That is not the color.
Oh, thank God.
It is not green. Hey, let me, before I do the reveal, let me take a couple of calls here. How about Stephanie? And look at the phones, every single line. I think I might have hit something here. Stephanie in Lakeland, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi, Stephanie.
Good morning. How are you?
We are well, Stephanie. I'm much better now that you phoned us this morning. What color have you returned?
The color that I return the most is usually red.
Red?
Red.
Red.
Sounds. I got to be honest. Sounds like you might need to return the phone you're on because it's a little muffled. But we heard you. We heard you. Stephanie, you said the color you return is red?
Yes, I don't do red very well.
Did you drop your phone in the toilet this morning?
I mean, that's the crappiest sounding
No,
phone.
I didn't. I'm actually driving into work this morning.
All right. We can understand you. Stephanie, that is correct. The color... Yeah, the color red is the most returned color from clothing that's ordered online. Hands down. Stephanie, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, let me grab the other calls here and see if they concur. Savannah. That's a great name. Savannah in Wesley Chapel. Savannah, what color do you return?
We return beige the most.
Oh,
the
really?
color beige.
Why beige?
There's so many different shades. It never matches anything.
Or what if the beige kind of blends in with skin tone? Is that an issue ever?
Yes, it does.
All right. Savannah, who are you with? I hear someone else. Is someone else in the car?
Yes, my mom.
All right. So your mom and you both agree that beige is the color you return?
Yes.
Okay.
Beige or cat?
Savannah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And your mom, where are you guys going?
We are headed to go get up her crush so he can help me clean my laundry room.
I didn't hear any of that.
Say that again. What did you say?
We're headed to pick up her crush so he can help me redo my laundry room.
Picking up a boyfriend, putting him to work.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Thank you, Savannah. Have a great time. Thanks for calling in. I really appreciate it. All right, one more call on this. Marty in Tampa. Marty, you're on the MJ Morning Show. What color do you return?
Red.
Yep, see, there we go. Another red. So tell me why. Why do you find... Yeah, go ahead.
There's just different shades of red, and you can't tell by the picture when you order different things. I order a lot from Amazon.
And that's it. Guess what? That's exactly what I read. That
I
read about red. So this is exactly the deal, is that people find that the photos of red online are not properly represented when you finally get the actual clothing item, and you had an idea of what shade of red you wanted, and it arrives, and for whatever reason, red is the big red flag color that you got to have the red that you envision, and a lot of people get the red in the in the mail or in the package, and it's not it. That's why they return it. So look at that. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
When's the last time that you ordered something red that it was a red that you liked?
a couple of months ago, before when it was really, November when it was cold. I wear a lot of red.
All right, so have you returned more red than you've kept?
Yes.
Look at that. See? There it is. I mean, this is crap that I didn't know this until 8 o'clock last night. Fascinating.
Yeah, like you said, it's a female. It's definitely, for me, I think it's
Yep.
women buy a lot of red.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate the phone call, Marty. Have a great weekend.
The song would be completely different, though.
All right, it's time for the Cash Kitty. And then we got to get into the sad situation up in Tallahassee at FSU. So this hour's word for the Cash Kitty is medal. That's MEDAL. All right? So not the metal as in like something magnetic or
the material that you build things out of.
Yeah.
And
So the word is medal as in
like the Olympics.
like Michelle ought to get a medal for tolerating me for this many years. That's me using the word in a sentence. The word is medal, MEDAL. Text the word medal right now to 45911. Do it before 8:25 for a shot at $1,000 cash, or you can enter it on the Q105 app or at myQ105.com. So the word is medal, MEDAL. Text it right now to 45911, and good luck. That's the 8 o'clock Cash Kitty. Then we'll give you another word at 10 a.m., then 12 noon, and then 3 p.m., and then 5 p.m. Cash Kitty is on Q105. So listen and play, and you're shot to win $5,000 or your share during the course of the day. All right, 8:03 at the MJ Morning Show. I want to go to Enrico. And Enrico is the son of Rick.
Yes.
Our operations manager here at Beasley Media Group Tampa. And, he's in charge of all of our radio stations. And, I've heard now for, over a year how Rick's son was going to FSU. And, I've heard, his, first semester. I mean, Enrico, your dad's kind of kept me up to date on, and during the hurricanes. And I remember there was a thought that Helene was going to just roll right over the FSU campus and, trying to get you out of there. Enrico, welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, man. So, Enrico, you were at FSU yesterday. You're getting ready to finish up your freshman year. Is that correct?
Yep, rolling right into finals week.
Oh, geez. All right. So, obviously, yesterday was a horrific day up in Tallahassee at FSU. The terrible story of a shooter on campus, a student, some of the details that have come out regarding this student are, just layered in horrific irony. So, Enrico, where were you when the alert went out? Tell us exactly what happened. When did you know that something was wrong on the FSU campus yesterday?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, I was in class. I was in a class about maybe a couple hundred feet from the student union, which is where the shooter was reported and the shots were fired. And I was in class. It was like a normal day. And then I get a couple of calls actually from my girlfriend who's on another side of campus. And she's saying she's calling me. She's worried. She's saying there's an active shooter on campus. And I'm kind of just like, I'm kind of bewildered. I'm kind of like, no way. And then, I'm kind of in a moment of shock for a couple seconds. And then the sirens start going off and there's an alarm going off and they're like, active shooter on campus. And there's like alerts going off. We're all getting alerts. And, a couple people in my class like kind of freak out because, they've never been in this situation before. My professor's never been in this situation. So everyone was very, I would say, like in a moment of shock. Yeah.
What time was it when you got the first alert?
Oh, it was probably around noon, I would say. Probably around noon, maybe 11:45.
Yeah. What kind of class were you in, Enrico?
I was in a very small classroom. So this wasn't like a big lecture hall with a bunch of people. I was in a very small classroom. And the building was very close to the student union. So we were all kind of just like, we honestly had no idea what to do because, it's a very small classroom. If someone were to come into the building, we wouldn't really be able to do much.
I saw video as the video started hitting social media. You saw students being evacuated from the buildings. And, you saying you're in this classroom, you're in a building just a couple of 100 feet away from the student union where the shootings took place. The videos that I saw is once law enforcement evacuated students out of the building, you saw video of the students walking through the halls of these buildings with their hands in the air. Did you have to do that?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. So we were on lockdown for 3 hours with very minimal information. What you guys got from the news is what we got, to be honest, and there was a lot of mixed information going out. But eventually, after 3 hours of being in lockdown, cops were clearing the building, and there was a bunch of them with rifles, and we had the door boarded up, and so the cop came in.
Oh, hold on a sec. So hold on. I mean, there are a lot of questions I want to ask you. You guys boarded up the door. What, did you barricaded the door?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the classrooms don't really have functional locks, and so we had a desk, propped up against the door. God forbid someone were to try to come in.
Yep. That's one of the tactics they teach students, that if there's an active shooter, to try to barricade your way, barricade the doors so they can't get into the classroom. Now, Enrico, you mentioned, and I want to go back to the evacuation in a second, but I don't want to get too far away from something that you mentioned. There was a lot of misinformation that had initially rolled out. One of the stories, I'm sure you heard it, that there were initially reports of multiple shooters on campus, and it turned out that it was only one.
Yeah, there was. A lot of people, of course, students are in many group chats, and students are probably the best way or the worst way to get information sometimes, especially when news outlets can't get in. But yeah, there were reports of at least 3 shooters at one point. There was one, in the student union. There was one on the CVS on campus, and then there was one even in a college town apartment people were reporting. So there's a lot of misinformation going on, especially the amount of injured and things like that. So it was very, I would say, ambiguous with information. So that kind of contributed to all the shock that everyone was going through.
Enrico, one of the things when it comes to social media that was better a while ago is the verification of accounts. Because, now on Twitter or X, anyone could spend, $8 a month and get a blue check mark. We used to have a better system. Same thing on Instagram for it. You could just, anyone can buy the freaking verification. And it was just much better on social media when you had bona fide, verified reporters and media sources that had the verification check marks versus, what's happened with the lack of verification. All right. So you're in the classroom for 3 hours, and then what happens? Law enforcement comes to your classroom, and then I'm also told that there was a known student safe word. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, so we got an alert on our phone saying police are clearing the building. They're going to use the safe word Seminole, the Florida State mascot.
Wow.
And so, and this was because there is a video out there of another group of students where someone was trying to knock on the door, someone was trying to pose as FSU police to get them out, and it was not the FSU police. So that safe word was really important. So that the police, eventually after 3 hours of no information, the police come and they have their rifles and, they're telling us, everyone out, and we all have to walk up with our hands out, or hands in the air.
All right, so you get the text that the safe word that, so it's safe to leave or to follow instructions. The students got a text from the campus security system that law enforcement will use the word Seminole, so it's safe if they yell the code word Seminole.
Yes, that's correct.
Wow. All right, so they finally... Did you actually hear, as they're knocking on the door, do you hear the police saying Seminole?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, there is cops flooding the building. There is cops all over the building, and luckily, this building, we were really the only ones in it at the time.
What building were you in?
We were in the Shores building, so it's right across from the Landis Green, and if you exit the building, it's 3-minute walk down to the student union.
Wow. All right. So police evacuate you. You're walking through the hall in this building, and you have your hands up with all the others, and they told you hands up, correct?
Yeah, they did. They said, everyone keep your hands up. I mean, obviously for security measures, we got to do that. But honestly, for all the students, I would say it's pretty traumatic to have to do that.
Did they search backpacks? Did they search any of your belongings?
No, they didn't search any of our belongings, but they did, verify with the professor how many students were in the building that you know of, and just to make sure there was nothing amiss. Because honestly, with the reports of multiple shooters, the police had no idea, who was still there. You know what I mean? So.
All right. Did you get your car? Because your dad told me, folks, if you're just tuning in, this is Enrico, and Enrico is the son of our operations manager here at Beasley Media, the parent company of Q105. And Enrico is a freshman, just finishing up freshman year. I mean, exam time. I mean, just, you already have enough pressure, and then you have this horrific campus event. But your dad was telling me yesterday that your vehicle was closed in to the crime scene, that you couldn't actually get to your car because it was closed off because of the crime scene. Is that true?
Yeah. So, everything started to clear up around maybe 5, 6 o'clock. And then, I thought everything on campus was closed. So, I wanted to get a bite to eat. So I'm walking over to my car, which is parked at the Woodward Garage, which is right across from the Student Union. And, as I approach, the whole thing is covered in crime scene tape, and the Student Union, the Bellamy building, all those buildings in the middle of campus that were involved with the incident are considered an active crime scene and are totally off bounds. And they said, they probably won't be open until later today or something like that.
All right, so you still have not been able to get to your car. Is that correct?
Well, those buildings have been cut off, but eventually a lot of people started piling up at the garage, maybe around 8 o'clock, and the police officer let us kind of go get our cars from the garage, but everything else is still considered an active.
All right, so you were able to move your car out of the garage late last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the map. Fester brought up the FSU campus map. And, yeah, the Woodward Garage, I mean, it is right next, directly adjacent to the Student Union.
Yeah.
You didn't know the shooter, did you?
No, I didn't. But, you look at him, he looks like any other kid you'd see on FSU, which is, a little bit scary,
Any friends of yours, anyone claim to have any knowledge of this guy?
No, none that I know of, no.
What did it feel like when you heard that this was the son of a Leon County deputy sheriff, and that his mom is actually a school resource officer for a county school to keep kids safe, and then the shooter got a hold of one of his mother's guns? I mean, what goes through your head when you hear this?
Everyone that I was talking to, saw that there was some painful irony right there that, this is, the son of the Leon County sheriff is, who's doing this senseless act of violence. And it's very ironic, but, because we look to those people, honestly, I have to say props to the FSU police because they got there very fast. Tallahassee police responded very well to this incident. But, we have to kind of step back for a moment and think of the irony that, we look to these people to protect us, and, they can't even protect their own children, and they can't even, stop them from committing something like this, So it is very ironic that someone who advocates for the safety of others, especially the safety of students, their son is the one who was the one to commit this.
Enrico, do you or any of your friends at FSU know any of the victims? Now, two of the deceased, they've said that they are not students. So the two deceased were not actual students. We're still waiting to hear names and who these individuals were. But there were also six others injured. Anyone you know anyone that was actively involved?
I do not know anyone who was actively involved and who is one of the injured, but I do know that at the Student Union last night, as close as people could get, people have been leaving flowers and people have been leaving, very nice things for the victims of this incident, and there is going to be a vigil tonight at around 5 p.m. to, pay respects to all the victims and all of those who are involved.
I know that all classes canceled through today. Today, Good Friday, as we know, all sporting events or any extracurricular events have been canceled through the weekend on the FSU campus. Is there any indication when things are going to return to the regular schedule? And what have they said about exams? When were your first exams supposed to begin?
My first exams were supposed to begin the week of the 28th, but I know that many people have exams this week and they have finals. I know a couple of people who's got exams on Wednesday and Thursday, and the FSU sporting events are closed until through the weekend. So, this event is like the last time something like this happened was unfortunately 2014,
Yep.
And this whole thing has shaken everyone up. Even if you weren't even on campus at the time, people are dealing with it pretty badly. So, I'm hoping that FSU can provide us with some leniency to, gather our, senses and prepare. Unfortunately, this had to happen right around the finals. So I have no idea when things will go back to normal. Probably campus must feel pretty weird to everyone for a little bit.
Enrico, I'm sorry for what you and your fellow students have gone through. Just, again, the layers of irony. A county sheriff's son is the shooter using one of her guns. Apparently he had a shotgun. He had a handgun. The handgun was his mom's, and it was one of her former service weapons that she purchased because the department went to some newer models, and a lot of times law enforcement can purchase their old gun at a very reduced price, and he had access to the handgun, had access to a shotgun. The fact that, she's also a school resource officer to prevent shootings like this. And then we find out that the shooter was also, well known to the sheriff's office and was actually on the Leon County Sheriff's Office's youth advisory panel. And it's just the layers of irony. Enrico, thank you for coming on. Again, our thoughts, prayers are with you, the victims, all of the students at FSU. It's a tough time, and you guys should not have to go through this.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Enrico, thanks for coming on, and your dad does a great job around here.
Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, hey, listen, when you're back in town, pop in one morning, man. We'd love to meet you.
Yeah, I'll come down for sure, yeah.
All right, thanks, man.
Thanks, yeah.
All right. So, Enrico, son of our operations director. Let me grab a couple of calls here.
Sure.
If you're an FSU parent, this area, the Tampa Bay area, is just rife with students that go to, FSU, to Florida, a lot of the schools.
All the state schools.
Obviously, we have USF here, which is, a huge university. Any parents listening? If you're the parent of an FSU student, what was it like for you yesterday? Because you have that time period where the news breaks and you just don't know how many people were shot, injured, potentially killed. So if you're an FSU parent, dial us up. Let's talk to some parents. 800-990-1047. Let's see if we can get some parents to call up. 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. If you're the parent of an FSU student, and tell us what your communication was like yesterday. I'm sure many parents frantically trying to get their kids on the phone.
Absolutely.
Up in Tallahassee.
Everybody has phones. Everybody has a way to communicate.
800-990-1047. If you're an FSU parent, 800-990-1047 is how you get in. Yasmin is in Tampa. Yasmin, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
It was I have two daughters, a freshman and a senior. The first one, about 12, 14, was when she texted me and said, "Mom, I'm in my room. there's a shooter on campus. And I just thought she was in her dorm room or in her apartment room. And then the next thing I thought of was, oh my gosh, what about the other one? So I texted my other daughter, and that 2 minutes of waiting for her to reply was pretty stressful. And then she said, well, she was in the Williams building sheltering in place. And then my daughter replied back to me, my other one, and said, I'm in the Shores building sheltering in place.
Oh, is that that's the building that
same
building that Enrico was in?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Wow.
Yes. So it was quite an excruciating few hours.
Yeah.
The one in the Shores building, and they kept texting me saying, Mom, there's multiple shooters. There's several people, there's a lot of misinformation.
Yeah, again, that's the misinformation that was circulating for a while about multiple shooters, and then finally it was determined there was one shooter.
Right.
How shaken up are your kids?
I'll tell you, I think my older one is very shaken up. She kept saying, she would say to me, yes, when she called me after it was over, she said, Mom, this is real. And I said, yeah, I know it's real. I'm seeing it on TV. She goes, but it's really real. So I think it's going to take a little while to settle in that what really happened. And she said the one that's a senior graduating in 2 weeks said, I'm glad I don't have to walk around the campus anymore. But I think that's just initial reaction. I think she'll come to terms with all of it.
We have no known motive yet. More information I'm sure is going to come out. But why did this kid do what he did? And especially with his ties to law enforcement and his mother as a county deputy. It's crazy. Yasmin, thanks for dialing in. I appreciate it.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Let me grab Tom in Temple Terrace. Again, if you're an FSU parent, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Or FSU students that made it home, that with classes canceled through the end of the week here. And I don't know how many classes were going to be canceled because of Good Friday, but any students that are listening, 800-990-1047, or if you're a parent. Let me grab Tom in Temple Terrace. Hi, Tom. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Long-time listener. You actually know me from down in the Gandy area. My daughter's an adjunct professor and working on a PhD. And she was also there. She had just left the library in 2013 when that shooting happened.
Whoa. So your daughter was 2014. So your daughter had just, because the shooting in 2014 on the FSU campus was in the library, and your daughter had just left the library when that one happened?
A minute beforehand. Yes, that was her sophomore year. And at that time, she almost left the university. And to me, it's really surreal how we get desensitized to this, because yesterday I found out through people I work with, and it was really reduced down to a phone call, text message. She text messaged her mom, told her she's okay. I called her, and she said that, everybody's okay. One of her friends was actually in the scene. And I haven't found out more, but the way we become desensitized, now it's like, well, that's another shooting, everybody's okay, and we move on. And it's really scary because it's becoming so familiar in the United States with these shootings and with this that we're looking at it completely different when it happens repetitively.
What can you tell us further about your daughter's friend was right at the scene? What else do you know about that?
There was the friend was okay, but I think it was, excuse the expression, a duck and cover. I don't know more about it. I haven't had a chance to talk to.
There was a video that I saw on social yesterday, and I don't know if it's been determined to be real, but it was a woman walking by what appeared to be a body on the ground, and she was like just sipping on a Starbucks cup and just like pointing the phone. Andrew, can you determine whether that video that was circulating is real or fake? I'm like, it was just bizarre. Tom,
it is.
Yeah. Tom, thanks for phoning in. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I hope everybody's safe and
All right.
God bless.
Well, give your daughter our regards. Thank you, Tom. And just finally here, I just want to mention that I got a letter, an email regarding the shooting from Senior Director of Marketing at the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay. So I got an email last night reading many people in our community have a connection to Florida State University. For this reason, people may be experiencing distress and anxiety, especially if they are a student or the parent of a student. The Crisis Center of Tampa Bay has staff that can speak to the emotional trauma of the situation, how people can cope, and how to connect to resources. If you're interested in any kind of assistance, folks, you can get a hold of the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay. And anyone who's experiencing distress or feelings of any kind of fear that's connected to the shooting, or for any matter, you can call 211. So thank you, Ken. Ken, thanks for the email from the Crisis Center at Tampa Bay. So anyone that needs to talk to somebody, again, because the amount of families and students connected to FSU here in the Tampa Bay area, it's vast. It's massive.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know so many families that have kids at either FSU or Florida, USF. The bulk of our kids go to Florida schools.
Oh, what a tragedy. So the shooter was injured with non-life-threatening injuries.
So
he's in the hospital right now.
Yeah.
So he's going to face prosecution.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't killed at the scene.
Nope.
I don't know if that was his plan or not.
I don't know. But you're correct. Non-life-threatening injuries for the shooter. So there's going to be a whole lot to unwind here to figure out what the motive was. And, that the mother's career is I'm sure done.
I mean, yeah, she's not.
18-year veteran, the mom of the shooter, 18-year veteran with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
Was she at her school? She's a school resource officer.
So
Was she on the job?
She must have been on the job as a school resource officer at whatever school she's assigned to up in Leon County.
So she has a communication method with her employer. She gets a message, shooting at Florida State University.
Yep.
All available units, please respond. Whatever it says. She's freaking out.
Yeah, law enforcement from all over. It was the Leon County Sheriff's Office. It was the Tallahassee Police, Campus Police, Florida Highway Patrol, federal agencies responded. You had Florida Wildlife. It was just agencies from all over the place were flooding the FSU campus yesterday. So, all right, not an easy segue, but let's move on. 8:29. It's the MJ Morning Show. And as you know, over the years, this show, we do it all. From the goofy fun stuff to
really serious stuff.
We do serious stuff when warranted here on the MJ Morning Show. We cover it all. All right, so making a segue. So the Real ID is coming. We talked about this earlier in the week about how beginning May 7th, you got to have the Real ID on your driver's license, and they've been warning about this for years. I mean, this goes back to, like the mid-2000s,
The law was passed in 2005.
Yeah. So Real ID, and for us here in Florida, it's the gold star in the upper right-hand corner of your driver license. And in order to fly, in order to be able to get through the TSA checkpoint with your ID, you have to have a driver license with the star. So make sure you have it. The reason why I'm bringing this back up is apparently the lines and the appointment times are jammed at DMV.
What the hell are you people waiting for?
You got a couple of weeks.
Hasn't everybody's license expired in the last 20 years?
Yes.
Wait, I mean, is it the suckers who are just doing mail-in renewals?
No, but
who never go into the DMV to do this?
Listen, whatever the reasons, there are people that have recent licenses but just didn't have the verification to qualify for the Real ID. But this is going to be a problem if you want to fly after May 7th, folks. I mean, this is just a couple of weeks away. It's been postponed and dragged out for so long, but this is it, man. We're we're at the end of the line here, and we're hearing that there are long DMV lines all here in Florida and then all across the country as people are scrambling to get their real ID. Oh, Fester.
Yes.
I hope you're not a victim of this. Yeah, Tesla's had a lot of issues lately. Numerous issues with Tesla, and
with the company, with the guy.
Well, hang on. You got the Elon.
Vandalism.
Listen to me.
With what?
Hold on. All the above.
The car hasn't had any issues.
Well, hang on.
The car's a rocket.
Hang on. So you got the Elon Musk issues and the whole the governmental stuff. You've got the sales have been going down because of protesting and people not particularly happy, or some folks. You have, the cars that have caught on fire, obviously. It just seems that there are more Teslas that are catching on fire than other brands. Well, you're ready for and then the vandalism you have. And in no way, it doesn't, whatever the hell your politics are, I mean, it is just inexcusable to torch somebody's Tesla or key somebody's Tesla. Now, I don't want a Tesla. I'm never going to have a Tesla. I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan, but it is abhorrent for somebody to vandalize a Tesla, to vandalize a Tesla dealership, to light Teslas on fire. You ought to have the book thrown at you. You just don't do it. With that said, though, we've got something else. Now, Tesla's accused of speeding up the odometers so the cars fall out of warranty faster.
Really? So it's all digital. I mean,
that's the deal. So, the old mechanical stuff where you have, the little odometer where the thing actually is a physical moving part.
Yeah, no car has that anymore, right?
No, but the older cars do.
Yeah,
but
the older cars.
These days,
nothing new on the dealer's
These
lot.
days, it's digital. And listen to this: Tesla could be facing a proposed class action lawsuit claiming that they've sped up the odometers on their cars so the warranty ends faster.
I think they have like 100,000-mile warranty or something.
So what that does is that just gets Tesla potentially off the hook faster for warranty claims and repairs. A plaintiff by the name of Nairi Hinton claims that Tesla odometer readings reflect energy consumption, driver behavior, and predictive algorithms rather than the actual mileage driven. He said the odometer on the 2020 Model Y that he bought it used in December of 2022 with 36,000 miles on the ticker, ran at least 15% fast based on his other vehicles and driving history. And for a while said he drove 72 miles a day, or the car said he drove 72 miles a day when he only drove 20. All right, if that's true, if that's provable, that's a problem.
Is he the first guy to come out with this? He's had this car for 5 years.
He's had it.
Tens of thousands of them.
He got it in 2022, so it's a 2020 model. Okay. He bought it used as a 2022.
So he's owned it for three and a half years. He's the only guy coming forward with this.
So this guy Hinton, who lives in Los Angeles, says that the sped up odometer caused his 50,000-mile basic warranty to expire well ahead of schedule, and it left him with $10,000 in repair bills, which he thought that Tesla needed to cover. Wow. He says by tying warranty limits and lease mileage caps to inflated odometer readings, Tesla increases repair revenue, reduces warranty obligations, and compels consumers to purchase extended warranties prematurely. And I've never heard of that. I've never heard of an accusation that the car company is speeding up the odometer so they don't have the extended obligation for warranty coverage. That's a first.
Amongst
if this is true.
In the group of us Tesla owners, Well, there's plenty of us who just, plug the car in.
It's not us. It's you.
No, I'm talking to my people. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, okay.
No,
good.
you're not my people.
All right, I'm not your people.
But us Tesla owners, there's a certain group that are.
I think it would be we Tesla owners, but
I'm gonna go with us.
All right.
Us the people. There are a certain group that are super
well,
nerds.
it's actually we the people.
No. Us the people, the Tesla owners.
We the people in order to form
a bunch of Tesla owners
it's
together.
It's not us the people. It's we the people. I go ahead. No, it is. It is. Go ahead.
So we have amongst us, or amongst we, a group of real super nerds who analyze everything and break down everything that the computer does and all the processing.
You also had those Prius nerds as well. Before Tesla, you had those Prius wackos.
They've evolved, a lot of them, to Tesla nerds.
Because wasn't there there was a mileage game? There was a range game that the Prius drivers were.
There are people who know everything about these cars. I mean, I know. I drove the Tesla this morning. I couldn't even change the radio station.
You know what I wanted? You know what I know about Tesla?
What? You don't want one.
I know I don't want one, exactly.
Listen, but there are people, if their odometer was off, and it's a rampant thing, this would have been caught like the next week.
Well, what they're saying is that there are many other drivers, and that's why it's going to be a class action.
I don't know, man. Somebody would have come forward in the, 12 years that Tesla's been manufacturing vehicles? It's not like they just came out.
So initially, so this has been brewing for a number of months. I think this started actually last year. And then originally, I think a judge had declared that every owner was on their own, but now it could be moving toward a potential class action. So we'll see. Certainly very, very interesting. When it comes to travel, we're just speaking about the Real ID on May 7th. In order to fly, you got to have the Real ID with the star on your driver's license. Listen to this. True or false? Knitting needles are allowed on an airplane.
Okay.
Knitting needles, are they allowed on an airplane? Yes or no, Fester?
I don't know. Hadley, what do you think? My daughter's raising her hand.
What do you know about this? Hadley is off from school today. So, Hadley, how do you address me?
Hello, Mr. MJ.
There you go. All right. So you think you know about knitting needles and the TSA?
I do not think they're allowed on the TSA airplanes, but I think crocheting hooks are.
All right.
Is there a difference between knitting needles and crocheting hooks, Hadley?
Knitting needles look like chopsticks, and crocheting hooks look like hooks.
All right, listen, the bottom line is the answer is that knitting needles are generally allowed on. So,
okay.
Which is bizarre because, I've had like a little tiny screwdriver taken away, but someone can bring on a 12-inch metal spike.
A sword, essentially.
It's like, what the hell? No, knitting needles are generally allowed in both carry-on and checked luggage.
Why don't we all carry knitting needles on the plane then for security?
All right, so tell the caller to hold on. I'll get to the call in just a second. But a passenger was on a flight recently, and this passenger named Brittany was left like dumbfounded after the crew member said, "Stop knitting." And there was no violation. You're allowed to knit on a flight. Brittany was hoping to finish knitting some socks, but the flight attendant stepped in mid-flight and told her that you can't knit. You put these away, and that's incorrect. You're allowed to have knitting needles on a flight, but much more less dangerous items you're not allowed to have. And, I found that out, at TSA, but seriously, it's, I just thought it was interesting that, here that, the flight attendant is giving this lady a hard time.
Listen, man, you carrying your carbon monoxide detector and all the things you travel
No, there's
with.
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing dangerous about my carbon monoxide detector.
I'm not saying that. That's what I'm saying is for all the things that you carry on every flight, I think you should work in some knitting needles.
All right, 8:41 at the MJ Morning Show. Let me grab line 2. Andrew says it's a Tesla owner.
Ooh, Tesla.
Yeah.
My people.
Yeah, let me say good morning to Roseanne in Tampa. Hey, Roseanne, welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Good morning. I have to look at my mileage every year for taxes. The Tesla I own is only 2 years old, and it's really only in town and maybe 5 or 6 road trips, the farthest to the Panhandle, and it's reading 16,640 miles for 2 years. And there's no way on earth that vehicle's gone that many miles, but there's no way for me to prove it.
Yeah,
But
so
I started becoming skeptical in January when I was looking at the odometer reading.
all right, so the fact that I just did that story, you're listening to our show right now, and you're like, oh my God, did you know that people were starting to question this and that there were drivers that were saying the Tesla's jamming on miles that I'm not driving? Did you know this?
No, I didn't, but I became very skeptical.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is you just heard me do the story, but you in your own situation, you were realizing that, something just doesn't seem right, and now you hear me do the story.
Right. I'm going to look into it for sure.
Yes, have your people look into it.
Fester, don't be condescending and obnoxious to our.
To look into it.
I am my people, dude.
She is your people.
She is my people, but
she's your people.
As my people,
she's a fellow Tesla owner.
Roseanne, as my people, wouldn't you think some of the super uber Tesla nerds out there would have figured this out as a rampant problem amongst all platforms a while ago?
I don't know, because Fester, you don't see your odometer when you get in the car. It's only on your phone. Who keeps looking at their odometer on their phone to see how many miles? I mean, I'm in a 4Runner right now, and I can see my odometer. I drive this 4Runner all over the state. There's no way
I'd like to go on record that I think the 4Runner is a much better decision than the Tesla.
No, I love the Tesla.
Okay. Now she loves the Tesla. Now she loves the Tesla. Elon, shove it up my butt with bad odometer readings, but I still love the car.
It's a great
That's
car.
right. I love it.
I love it. That's right, Roseanne. That's why you're my people.
That's right. I am your people, dude.
What do you have? What do you have? Did you say?
I am an S, a 2023 S.
Ooh,
it's my second Tesla.
A Model
I had the 3
S.
first.
Oh, you got the hoity-toity one.
Yeah,
now,
man.
but do you have the Plaid edition?
No, can't afford the Plaid.
Okay, all right.
Still, man, it's still,
okay.
it's still a
You
big
guys have a
ticket
great
car.
day.
All right.
Roseanne, you have a great weekend. Thank you for calling in.
Thanks.
All right.
Alrighty, bye.
I mean, she's your people, and you're giving her, giving her
I
guff.
said, no, but she's like, I'm gonna do research and didn't do. Listen, no offense, Roseanne, we're not research people. There are certain people amongst our people who are, but I'm not one of them.
Fester, you kill me sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Absolutely kill me. Hey, I remember that there was a local item some years ago because I knew people in business that got nailed on this. And let me be very clear. If somebody has a disability and their freedoms, their accessibility, if it's legitimately hindered, hampered, curtailed, that's a problem.
Okay.
But I saw an item yesterday that refreshed my memory of some people I know that got they got janked up good.
You talking about the Sue Happy handicapped people who would try to go out of their way to find things?
There you go. So hang on, hold on to that thought. Let me just set this up. So I saw an item yesterday, and I'm like, wow, I remember that this was like a big issue around town because I literally know people that got sued. So what prompted my renewed interest here is I saw a story yesterday in the New York Post. Wheelchair-bound Brooklyn man received tens of thousands in settlements through alleged shakedown lawsuits over access. A paraplegic man now has left like city government housing, and now he's living in a fancy schmancy apartment, and he even bought a Mercedes. So from Section 8 housing, essentially, to a swanky apartment and a Mercedes.
With hand controls.
All thanks to cash from settlements in lawsuits. But the defendants in these cases are claiming it was just a giant shakedown. So this wheelchair-bound Jocelyn Pierre has filed 113 federal lawsuits against restaurants, pharmacies, clothing stores, even a charity in Brooklyn and Manhattan since 2018 for alleged failures to provide handicapped access to their establishments. So all of the lawsuits have been brought by Manhattan-based attorneys. Bradley and Darren Marks have targeted everyone from high-end clothing stores to restaurants, Dwayne Reed drugstore, a tattoo parlor. He's all over the place. I mean, these guys, what I say?
113 different.
Yeah. By the way, the guy's name is Jocelyn. I have never heard of a male Jocelyn ever. Oh, hang on a minute. Andrew says, I got to know this. What? Say that again.
There's a NHL goaltender, or there was, he's retired, named Jocelyn Tebow.
Who did he play for? The Mighty Ducks?
That's a good guess.
I don't know.
I don't know. But
Andrew, I don't care. I don't need to. He's looking it up.
Thank you
I
for
don't need,
pulling out the most obscure fact.
I've never heard of a male
man named Jocelyn.
But it's spelled like a female Jocelyn. So has shaken down over 100 businesses. Now, here's the deal. If you legitimately are denied access or there are issues and there's not an ADA compliance and it really does affect you, you know, you ought to try to affect change instead of trying to sue. But here's the problem. And this happened here in Tampa. This goes back probably to mid-2000s, maybe 2006, 2007. There was a guy, and I don't know whatever happened to this guy. There was a guy in a wheelchair that was going around to Tampa Bay area businesses. And I know that he hit South Tampa.
Okay, I have a story.
Yeah.
I might know this guy.
All right. So this guy was just rolling around, and he was trying to go to places that he would never, ever go to. Never. Hold on a minute. Did he?
He roll when I used to own a tanning salon in South Tampa.
Yeah, right off of Neptune.
Neptune and Dale Mabry.
Right where the Neptune South Dale Mabry Publix is.
Right next to the Publix.
Right across the street.
Right. We had him roll into the store.
Yeah.
And I wasn't there. He came in twice or 2 times it happened.
Right.
One time I saw him or one of these people, and another time one of my staff did.
So this guy was never, ever
Not
really,
our customer.
Was never going to come in to use your tanning services, but he decided to roll in and
he said,
and find the problem.
And he said, "Do you have a handicapped accessible room?" And we did. By code.
Oh, wow.
By code, we had to have one tanning room that was twice the size in the standing, because you could put a tanning bed and then have like a 2-foot area to get dressed in.
He was looking for you not to have a room,
right,
and then sue your ass off,
and he walked
or threaten you.
And he asked to see it. The employee opened the door. He wheeled in. I said, "What did he do?" He said he spun around in it and he left.
Wow! And then he probably said, "Son of a bitch!
I was gonna...
They had a handicapped accessible tanning room."
Yeah.
But he was, and this guy was,
and that was by code with the city because you had to get your plans approved by the city and all that stuff.
But this dude was never coming in to get a tan.
No, he was like a 45-year-old guy, chubby guy in a wheelchair. He's not the customer for a tanning salon.
Well, even he was okay.
Never in his life.
From a
he was just looking,
but he was never going to even attempt to get a tan there.
Going to try to threaten me with a lawsuit, try to get money out of me, whatever he was trying to do.
So he rolled out of there disappointed.
He did.
That shakedown's not going to work.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's the same guy that you're talking about, but I know 2 businesses that they got shaken down, they got sued, and what bothers me is that if some of these individuals were never going to utilize the services of an establishment and they just go in to try to shake them down or set up a lawsuit, that to me, that's obnoxious. That disgusts me.
Yeah.
And I saw this guy up in Brooklyn, and he's had, over 113 federal lawsuits. And I don't know how many this, and I haven't heard about this guy in a long time, or I don't know if there are other individuals that do it, but yeah, that's despicable if you're just shaking people down, and that's your business model. Let's say that's how you make a living. I'm just going to go to places where I'm never really going to go to, but I'm going to shake them down over accessibility.
So is anything he's doing, and I'm not trying to side with this guy, but is he doing anything illegal?
No, there's nothing illegal here. It's just, from a morality standpoint.
And if he takes the settlement, nothing really gets fixed. So the community really never gets served. He's just trying to bilk people out of money.
Well, he's got a Mercedes now, and he lives in a swanky apartment instead of government housing. How about that? So obviously, that's his business model. But these shakedowns, they've been happening, for years. I just haven't heard of any recently in the Tampa Bay area. But I know there was that one guy that was doing it extensively, and I'm wondering if it was the same guy. I know a restaurant owner in South Tampa.
Yeah.
And got sued, and I mean, it was just a mess. All right, 8:51 at the MJ Morning Show. I am so excited.
I got to find him. My daughter let him in.
Yeah, I saw him
setting up or doing something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You know what? They're in the break room.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so they're setting up in the break room.
Okay.
Folks, I'm excited because a week or two ago, 2 weeks ago maybe, the Cuban festival was in Ybor.
It was the Cuban Sandwich Festival.
Yeah, so the Cuban Sandwich Festival in Ybor, and an unconventional place won the best Cuban sandwich. It was Station House Barbecue that won the best Cuban sandwich, beating out the well-known established places where you can get really, really, really good Cubans. So when I heard this, I'm like, Fester, get a hold of them. Remember the woman called in?
Yeah, Allison. She called in, and one of her friends said,
yeah.
hey, call in now. And I communicated with her.
Yeah.
And today's the day.
So I said, have them come in, have them make some Cubans for us right here in the studio. But I had one demand. I had one stipulation.
It wasn't even a demand. It was a very reasonable request.
I have a demand. No, but it's a very reasonable demand.
I believe so, yeah.
That I didn't want them to make the sandwiches at their place and then press them and then have to drive them over. And it could be an hour or more before I could taste the Cuban. So in order to really judge this Cuban, I said, they got to come in here and bring the Cuban press machine. And I just saw that thing roll by. That looks like a chunk of metal, man.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my God.
That's why they needed the cart.
That's why we needed to find a cart to wheel the damn thing up.
Right?
Yeah. We needed accessibility for our Cuban presser. All right, Russell's going to file a suit against the radio station. Yeah, so they're set up in the kitchen in the break room here, and we're going to have a fresh pressed Cuban from the award-winning Station House Barbecue operation. And it's going to be pressed, 15 feet from the front door of the studio.
All right, let me go check on that and make sure everything's all right.
So I'm excited.
All right, I'll see you in a second.
All right, 8:54 at the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. Hey, are you subject to getting money because of the Facebook like button problem? Do you know about this? There is a settlement where you can get cash because of a problem with the like button on Facebook. If you don't know about this, we'll get you that coming up in just a bit. Man, we got a lot of stuff. I hate leaving good stuff on the table. We've got just about an hour to go. 9 o'clock hour, MJ Morning Show starts next here on Q105. Hey, you know what? The MJ Morning Show, apparently the Cuban sandwich, not any Cuban sandwich, but the award-winning Cuban sandwich production is occurring right now in the station break room. I think Fester's just hanging in there, just loitering. But these Cuban sandwiches are being made fresh for us right now, and these are the Cuban sandwiches that took first place. This is the winning Cuban sandwich from Station House Barbecue that won at the recent Cuban Sandwich Festival in Ybor. So I'm looking. I love Cuban sandwiches, and I've been around town to a lot of the famous spots, and I like them. I love them. But for a non-traditional place to beat out the traditional Cuban places for the best Cuban, I'm looking forward to this. So Fester's walking back into the studio now. Yes.
Yes. Okay. The whole you got
an update for me?
They're being made right now.
Wow.
We have their crew in our little kitchenette.
All right.
There.
So as soon as they're ready, they're gonna bring them right in hot, and I'll just drop what I'm doing and I'll shove it in my mouth.
Well, listen. There's absolutely no preparation or coordination between us and everything else. I have really no idea what's going to happen.
Well, hold on. What the hell did you just say?
I don't know what the next.
I have no idea what you just said.
There's no coordination between us and them. I just told them, I said, make the sandwiches, and they're like, okay. Oh, I did get a complaint today.
Hold on. What do you mean there's no coordination? They're here making sandwiches. What further coordination do you need? What are you rambling about?
I'm working this out one step at a time. I don't know how they're going to bring it in. I know that they're here. I know how they got
you take the sandwich, you walk down the hall. Okay.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I get a complaint earlier today.
Oh, no. The MJ Morning Show complaint department?
Apparently, some listeners confuse my text line, my personal cell phone, with the complaint department. But this one's actually legitimate.
Hold on. Is it a complaint about me?
Sort of.
All right, so hold on. You received...
And I've received like 4 or 5 of them today.
So you have 4 or 5 complaints
today
on your phone line, on your phone number, your cell phone.
Yes.
Which is no secret.
No secret.
Everyone knows to get a hold of Fester, 813-310-8444, and that's your private cell line.
Right. It's driving people crazy.
What?
The picture behind you.
What? Oh, it's...
Hey, can you have MJ fix the picture behind him? It's driving me nuts. My OCD is going crazy. Yeah. I can't stand to watch MJ TV.
Listen, we're still in our dump of a studio, And in fact, there's drywall behind this.
It's just
there's,
drywall.
There's bare drywall behind me on MJTV. And the reason why there's drywall is because they're redoing studios, and they took out the window behind me months ago, and they plugged the hole with just drywall.
That's it.
And
I mean, they didn't mud it, they didn't paint it, they didn't do anything.
What
to
happened
it.
was I put a sticker on the drywall, and I took the sticker off, and it peeled the drywall paper off. So then I had this like awful looking ripped drywall. It's already bad enough that it's drywall behind me.
You thought it couldn't get worse.
Right, but I made it worse. So then I took this old picture of the MJ Morning Show is Back billboards that the billboard company gave us.
Yes.
And I put that over the ripped drywall, and also the glass also reflects the light. It's
a mess.
It's a mess. It is. So people were complaining because I had the chair which holds my carry bag was pushed up against the picture, and it tilted the picture. So people were complaining that it was driving them crazy that the picture behind me was tilted.
Yes, yes. Many people. Five. I'm not going to tell you it was a million, but it was 5.
All right, let's deal with this Facebook. Did you know there was a settlement, and that Facebook is sending out $40 payments?
Yeah. How do I get my $40?
Because of a like button issue. Yeah. So a payment from Facebook is finally going out from this old class action lawsuit, and the money may finally start going to recipients this week.
So you've already got to be a part of the class action.
Yeah. So what happened was Meta, which is the Facebook parent company, they settled a lawsuit back in February of 2022. But the payments didn't start going out until like this week. So what's this about? What kind of lawsuit? What kind of class action deal and settlement had to do with the Facebook like button? Well, the lawsuit said that Facebook was using cookies to collect data on users in 2020 and 2010 and 2011, even when they were logged out or they were on other websites, so that Facebook still had their hooks and claws into you. Yeah, the suit alleged that users were still being tracked anytime they went to a website that displayed the Facebook like button. So even if you had no interaction, if you went to any website and they had, the like us on that just going to the page, it tied you to Facebook additional tracking, and that you couldn't escape them. Even when you were off of Facebook, if the page or website you went to had a like button or any type of element.
I mean, currently every page seems to have a little like us on social media section.
Yeah, so they denied any wrongdoing, but they agreed to a $90 million settlement.
It's a lot of money to agree to for not doing anything wrong.
Any Facebook users that visited a website that displayed the like button between 2010 and 2011, so April 2010 to September 2011, were eligible for a piece of the $90 million. And the payments of $40.67 just started going out in the last week or so.
That would be one of the largest class action settlements I would have ever received.
I've received settlements.
I got one for like 67 cents.
I got one for $1.12.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, I've been part of, not through anything that I initiated, but
my name was in this group for some reason.
And there are times where I didn't even agree to be part of the class, but then I'm part of the class, and next thing I know, I'm getting a check for $1.12 in my mail.
A letter explaining everything that happened, and here's your check for 67 cents.
So you're right, $40.67 seems to be on the high. Who makes all the money? The law firms.
Yeah.
In legal fees, the law. You got some law firms out there. They're experts in class actions because,
that's what they do.
They can make a whole lot of money with the legal aspect of operating a class action lawsuit. So I wonder if any of our listeners have received $40.60. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with all that money?
$40.
Yeah.
Wow.
I want Ed McMahon to show up at my door with a Facebook settlement check of $40.67.
Let me have Mark Zuckerberg show up.
There you go.
Give me $40 cash, Mark.
Get Zuck the cuck to go by and
write you a check for $40.
Yeah. What if any of our listeners got the anyone? I'm going to toss it out.
Oh, they're going out today.
Yeah.
They're not saying
No. They've been going out over the last week.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
all right.
But I guess this week. But it's also it could be if you opted in, you could have it sent via Venmo, or it could show up in conventional mail as well. Anybody listening? Anybody part of the Facebook class action where you've gotten $40.67? Yeah, let us know. And we really want to know, what are you going to do with all that money? What are your plans for the $40.67?
I mean, it's really life-changing money. It's really good.
My God, what are you going to do? Oh, and the taxes on that.
Oh, the relatives.
Oh, my God.
The relatives are going to come out of the woodwork with every
yeah.
scheme and sob story you can imagine.
Oh, yeah. Make sure that you have this covered in your will.
Yes.
Who you want the beneficiaries to be of the $40.60. Oh, wait a minute. Corey and Bradenton got his.
Oh, wow.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
All right.
Hey, Corey, welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, good morning.
You got $40.67 from Mark Zuckerberg?
I did. 2 days ago.
2 days ago?
Yep.
And how did yours arrive?
By mail.
All right, so you got a check for $40.67.
Yep.
All right, Corey, what are you going to do with this money?
Well, so
I mean, this is unexpected. This is a windfall, man. I mean, to have $40.67 to fall in your lap, man, you got to be like just counting your blessings. All right, so Corey, what are you going to do with all this money?
Well, so Tuesday, my work truck caught fire and I lost everything: my phone, my IDs, my credit cards. So I'm going to use that.
Whoa! Stop! Hold on. When was this?
Tuesday.
On Tuesday, your work truck caught on fire. What kind of work? Like a pickup truck?
No, I'm a garbage man.
Hold on. Your garbage truck caught on fire? You have a hot load?
No, actually, it wasn't in the garbage. It was the engine compartment itself.
Oh, are we talking about a traditional garbage truck?
Yes.
So you're a garbologist. You drive a garbage truck.
Wait a minute. So, Corey, do you work for a city, county, or private trash collection?
Private.
All right. So your trash truck, that hunk of metal burned to the ground?
Yes.
Wow. And all your personal effects were inside?
Correct. Driver's license, DOT card, medical cards, credit cards, my phone, because I jumped out, I grabbed the fire extinguisher, and I tried putting the blaze out, and I couldn't. And because the truck is CNG, thankfully I was smart enough to turn off the truck so that...
what does that mean? Your truck was CN... Hold on, I don't know. Hold on. The truck was CN what? What is it? What did you say?
CNG, compressed natural gas.
Oh, okay.
So you have one of the one trucks that run off of natural gas, not a regular fuel or diesel.
Wow.
Correct.
So keep going. What were you going to say?
So if you don't shut it off and those fuel lines burst, then it's literally like a bomb. Because it's got 3 giant tanks of compressed gas.
Were you in it?
So,
yeah, he was in it. So hold on, you're driving and the thing, starts smoking?
I was actually parked taking a break, and I was sitting there, and I didn't at the time even realize that it was on fire, and a school bus was driving by, and they stopped, jumped out, and said, "Get out, get out." And that's when I looked behind me and saw that my truck was on fire behind me.
My God, you could have been blown up.
Honestly, if they wouldn't have stopped, I can guarantee you I would not be here today.
Oh, my God. So what was it, like where you're calling from where? From Bradenton?
From Bradenton, yeah.
So what, a Manatee County or Bradenton school bus stopped?
Correct.
Oh, my God.
Carmen Sanchez was her name. She is my angel.
So the bus driver's name is Carmen Sanchez, and she stopped to alert you that your garbage truck was on fire unbeknownst to you.
Correct.
Wow. Do you know what caused your garbage truck to catch on fire?
Fluid leak.
That is unbelievable.
So you did nothing wrong as the operator.
Correct.
Yeah, I surmised that from the very beginning.
No, just making sure. I'm asking the
what
tough
is
questions.
what's your company doing?
Well, I'm in another truck now, and that one's going to the scrapyard.
Holy, how old was the truck that burned down?
I was about 8 years old.
Wow, I wonder if that's a warranty claim.
Oh, no.
So the very next day,
I went back to work.
Well, but the very next day after this horrific
But
experience.
then he gets the $40.67.
Yeah.
So has this been an awful week or a great week? Sounds pretty great.
Well, hold on. How much cash burned up in your wallet?
Only about $80.
Is the company going to give you $80 to cover it?
Yeah, they will.
Okay, all right.
They actually even offered me cash that day, knowing that I had lost everything in case if I needed it. But I always keep money in my safe at home. So.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, what a story. And then after all that, then you get your Facebook class action settlement check for $40.67. All right, Corey.
And I was happy. I'm like, hey, cool. That'll help pay for stuff.
Man, that's a hell of a story.
That's crazy. I'm
Wow.
glad you're okay.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for calling in.
Oh, you're welcome. You have a great day.
You too. I thought I was just going to get, I got my check. I got a whole garbage truck burning to the ground and he nearly died story. You just never know. You never know what we're going to get. We're constantly just getting all kinds of amazing stuff. Hey, you know what was a little awkward?
What?
Well, the Yankees showing up at the Yankees Stadium in Tampa to play the Rays.
Hey, they're the visitors.
As visitors.
They're the visitors. That's a visiting locker room.
Yeah, so, with the Trop roof ripped off, and, of course, the Rays playing in Tampa on Dale Mabry at the Steinbrenner Field, the Yankees were in town, and this is the first time ever that the Yankees played the Rays at a Yankees stadium, which has now been repurposed for the season as the Rays Stadium. And the Yankees won.
Yeah, the Yankees won game one. So
Yeah.
good for.
What was it like? How many game series are they in? I have no
I
idea.
think it's a 3-game series.
Hold on, 4-game series?
4-game series. Okay.
Wow. All right, so Thursday, Friday today, Saturday, and Sunday, 4-game series. And what, the Yankees win like 6-1 yesterday? Was that what I saw?
6-3.
6-3. So Yankees, manhandled the Rays yesterday. How'd the torpedo bats do? Did any car windshields get smashed on Dale Mabry with the? Did the Yankees debut that torpedo bat that everyone's talking about? You know what I'm talking about? It's like the torpedo bats. Suddenly like everyone's hitting home runs.
Good. I want to see more home runs.
Yeah. By the way, if you're driving down Dale Mabry and the torpedo bat blasts a baseball into your windshield, and then, next thing you know, you're, oh my God! Call the Kemp Law Group. Accident or fall or ball hit by torpedo bat, call Kemp Law.
Yes.
Accident or fall, you call. What's going on with the sandwiches?
I don't know. I got to check on it. I imagine it can't
Hey,
be close.
just run down there right now. No, but run there and run right back. Hold on. No, I before we take the break. All right, so Fester, I need the ETA. When are the sandwiches coming? I mean, we've got award-winning Cuban sandwiches being made just 20 feet away in the break room, and I just want to make sure we're still on the air. I mean, these are being made fresh, folks. I mean, the Cuban Sandwich Festival has been moved right here to our studios. So I'm drooling over here. I want my sandwich. I want my award-winning Cuban sandwich from. Fester's actually running. Yeah. What's the deal? You all right? I don't want you to have a heart attack.
Almost.
All right.
I have a complete update.
Dude, you're sweating.
I know.
From a 20-foot jog?
I know.
All right, go ahead.
They're going to be ready after the commercial break.
Yep.
They're on the press right now. They're sizzling. They're getting pressed right now.
Okay.
So as we're done wrapping this up, our commercial segment, they'll be bringing in the sandwiches. We'll have them next segment.
All right, I'm excited.
Me too.
So we'll have fresh pressed, award-winning Cuban sandwiches next. Dude, you're gonna have a heart attack. Do you exercise?
That was a sprint, by the way.
That's his exercise for the quarter. All right. All right. Q2 exercise is done. It's all done. April, May, June, Q2. So Fester just exercise, running to sandwiches and back. All right, 9:20 at the MJ Morning Show. Final chunk of the MJ Morning Show is next. Oh, speaking of sports, I mentioned, the Yankees in town, and it's just, interesting. The Rays are, the Rays Stadium is the Yankees, Steinbrenner Field, and the Yankees are in town. Speaking of sports, we will have Lightning tickets for you Monday morning. So round one of the NHL playoffs, we will have Lightning Panthers tickets for the first game. Game one is going to be Tuesday at Amalie, and I will have Lightning tickets for you on Monday morning. So if you'd like to go to round one of the playoffs, game one, got your tickets right here, MJ Morning Show, Monday morning on Q105, 104.7 FM. All right, 9:21, our final break, and then our final long segment of the MJ Morning Show is next, including as we head into the weekend. And, Easter Sunday weekend's a big drinking weekend, and I thought it was really fitting for me to tell you the list of what bartenders say is how you're wasting your money. I'm joking around. No complaints about the drinking this weekend. But no, seriously, bartenders have 7 ways that you are wasting your money on drinks at a restaurant or a bar. So that's among many items as we load up for the weekend next here on Q105, 104.7 FM. So excited. It's 9:28 at the MJ Morning Show, and you're here. You're witnessing this right now, the last segment of the MJ Morning Show of the week here on Good Friday. And I'm telling you right now, this is a Good Friday because I am now smelling and looking at, and I'm about to taste this award-winning Cuban sandwich. Fester, this is perfect looking.
All right, so this is a little different than what you traditionally think of as a Cuban.
I know, but folks, I'm going to hold this up to MJT. Oh my God, look at this! Look at the. Let me hold up the pressing, and I got the grill press marks on. Oh,
Look at this thing! It's beautiful.
All right, so here's the deal. This barbecue place, Station House Barbecue,
a barbecue place.
They won the best Cuban sandwich at the Cuban Sandwich Festival a couple of weekends ago in Ybor. And, with all of the classic and very, 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 very good places in the Tampa Bay area where I have had many Cubans, all the big names that you can think of, and for this place, a barbecue joint, to win the best Cuban sandwich, I mean, that is a hell of a feat.
Nobody saw that coming.
All right, I got to take a bite of this thing.
All right, here we go.
This looks great. It smells great. I've got, the crispiness of the bread. I mean, it's a perfect press. So we made them bring the press to the station.
I'm like, hey, you got to bring the press. Allison from the station house is like, what?
I demanded that.
I told her.
I have a list of demands.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, your demands have all been met.
It's like I'm giving ransom demands. So, no. When I said, hey, get this station house to bring in the award-winning Cuban, I mean, I can't have them make it at their place and then bring it over an hour and a half later, and I'm losing.
The judges at the Cuban Sandwich Festival, they didn't get our old.
I need to have it pressed right, and so they brought this like 200-pound press machine into the station.
It's enormous,
and it had to be wheeled in. All right, let me take a bite of this thing. This thing looks incredible. Hang on. Here we go. Oh, my God. The crunch.
I got to say, it's totally different than every other Cuban you've had. It's a Cuban sandwich, but it's a much different Cuban sandwich.
This is fantastic. Hold on. We got one of the proprietors is in the house here. All right.
This is Allison.
Allison from Station House. Allison, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me put your microphone in the right position. Allison, no, you were coming out of one side because the buttons weren't pushed. Oh, my, this is amazing. Allison.
Oh, man.
This is a tremendously good sandwich.
Thank you so much. If you like it, I made it.
Yeah.
Anyone who knows me knows I don't cook, but that is.
What did you bring in? You brought in
our award.
All the awards they get for winning first place at the Cuban Sandwich Festival. Congratulations!
People's Choice.
I know why this. I know why this won.
Thank you. We had a really long line that day. Sold out of 480 sandwiches like that.
Wow, this
It was
is
insane.
whose bread are you using? Which Cuban bread do you use?
La Segunda.
So you and listen, La Segunda makes a great Cuban.
Yeah.
So you use the La Segunda bread
To make our own.
to make your own.
Yes.
Oh my! Did the La Segunda family try your Cuban?
They need to.
Oh man, this
They were muy pistofo at the Station House barbecue.
Never.
This is amazing. This is. Hey, Hadley, can you just fill airtime while I shove my face, please?
Do you guys want to hear what's in it?
Yeah, just
tell us everything.
Oh
is in.
yeah. Tell us everything is in the sandwich.
All right, so we've got our smoked pork, which is super delicious,
Right.
and also smoked ham, smoked salami, and even smoked Swiss.
Oh wow!
And then we make a really yummy jerk mayo mustard relish aioli, and we top it with our signature guava barbecue sauce.
I mean, the layer of flavors on this is
Thank
this
you.
is so delicious. The smoke is so eloquent. It just there's layers of smoke. So how
they
do
use their barbecue pork. I mean, if you ordered a pulled pork platter from their barbecue place, it's the same kind of pork. So their pork that they use on this is on their smoker. It's not cooked in a pot or it's not cooked in an oven.
All right, so what is the status of your restaurant? Because you used to have a place in Lutz, but you closed it.
Yes.
All right, so what is going on? People need this sandwich. You need a storefront. You need a new. I'm telling you. All right, so what's the story now?
We moved.
All right.
We are at 5214 North Nebraska Avenue now.
Give me a
That's
cross street.
1 block south of Hillsboro.
All right. There we go.
All right. And it is right across the street from where Ella's used to be.
Yeah.
Very good.
And Ella's closed after years.
Right.
Yeah.
What, late last year?
Something like that, yeah. Ella's Folk Art, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're in that neighborhood.
All right, so are you guys? Was there something where you guys weren't offering the sandwich full time, or?
Yes, there was.
Okay,
but MJ Morning Show changed that.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So hold on. Here's the deal. When we had you guys on
2 weeks ago,
a couple of weeks
a
ago,
week and a half ago.
just after you won the best Cuban sandwich in Tampa Bay, a non-Cuban restaurant beating out all of the Cuban restaurants. And then I heard that this was only a specialty item and you didn't even offer it as a full-time menu item. I said, what are you guys out of your freaking minds? This is, so I just heard you say that it used to be a non-regular item, but now it is a regular item?
Yes, everybody can get a smoking Cuban at Station House Barbecue in Seminole Heights, just at our restaurant location, because we're also in Mosey selling barbecue.
Right.
But at Station House Barbecue, Seminole Heights at 5214 North Nebraska Avenue, you can come in and get a smoking Cuban as long as we're not sold out for the day, because we're only making so many for the day.
Yeah, it's not your primary business, but at the end of the day, you run out of bread.
Right.
It's like...
run out of one of the many ingredients, and that's it. So,
there are restaurants like that. Like there's a famous pizza shop that I love in San Francisco called Tony's Pizza.
There you go.
And they have a special pizza they make, and they only have like 72 doughs a day. And when they run out of, that's it.
Right.
When they're out, they're out.
And like for like Una Pizza Napolitana. And in New York City, they only have a certain number of doughs, and when they're out, they're out.
Yep.
So how many sandwiches can you make a day?
I don't know. I can't. It depends on catering. That's why, because a lot of people order catering.
Anthony's with Allison here. He's the one that actually made the sandwiches.
All right. Anthony, so you're what's any relation here?
My husband.
Okay. So this is
close.
Get right on the mic.
How you doing?
So you're a firefighter, right?
I am 17 years.
All right, so are you pull the mic right through your mouth.
Gotcha.
All right, so are you still a firefighter?
No, I retired 2 years ago.
And you were Hillsborough County?
Hillsborough County, yeah, lieutenant with Hillsborough County.
Hence the name Station House and the firehouse theme.
Yeah, and what station were you at?
I was in Suitcase City, so Station 5.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, and then we transferred to Station 40, which is about a mile up the road.
Dude, this is an unbelievable Cuban. Listen, I'm not blowing smoke. Get it? Little barbecue joke there.
Barbecue joke. I like that.
So this is an award-winning sandwich.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I am so glad that I forced you to drag that chunk of that chunk of metal press.
Oh my gosh, man! There's a story behind that press too, man. So our first Cuban Sandwich Festival was 2016. I think my wife was pregnant with my first child.
Right.
And it was a 2-day event back then. It was a Saturday and Sunday. And then Saturday was like rainy, and then they're like, "Oh, hey, tomorrow you're gonna be super busy. You're gonna sell out." It's my first. I didn't know what I was doing. So Sunday comes, and I show up by myself. I'm trying to set this whole thing up by myself. And sandwich press is like a mile down the road. I'm carrying this freaking thing like I'm hurting my back.
How much does it weigh?
What's that? Oh, the weight slide. It's probably it's
100 pounds or so?
30 pounds, 40 pounds.
Is it that light?
Oh, look bigger than that.
They look a lot heavier.
50 pounds, yeah.
All right.
Oh, the old one.
Sandwich press is much bigger.
The old one. The new one.
The new one. Oh,
lighter.
the new one's heavier because I saw that thing. That didn't look like any 30, 40 pounds to me.
Yeah, it's about 50 pounds. Yeah.
All right.
Listen, this is a great sandwich.
So, how do you come up with this recipe?
Oh man, over the years, man, just kind of evolved it, man. You know, everything in there is smoked. So smoked cheese, smoked salami, smoked ham, smoked pork.
The sweet spice that I'm getting is just amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome.
Is that what is
this? Jerk mayo. So it's like a jerk mayo mustard in there. Yeah, so it's really good. It goes good with the spice and the sweet and the savory with the lard on top. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah,
so they don't butter the top. They
put our smoked lard.
They lard the top.
Dude, I'm telling you right now that I'm coming to your place now regularly to get this sandwich.
That's awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that.
And listen, I love La Segunda. Yeah. You got the Floridian on Kennedy does a really nice job.
Yep.
You've got the variety of West Tampa.
The small shops in West Tampa.
Listen, you got tons of places that make a good Cuban.
The Teresita, the Columbia.
Right.
I've been there my whole life. Listen, you got
the silver guys.
Ring.
Silver, and they're now they're now in the food court. They were in Ybor.
Right.
The Silver Ring. They're now in the food court at West Shore Plaza.
Yeah.
And they do but this is just a whole. Is this another one for me? I've got another one.
MJ, they're going to feed you Cuban sandwiches.
Oh my God!
Until you pop or we're off the air.
This is even bigger than the first one.
Well, it's a different angle. It's the same amount of square inches. That's just cut like across. The other one was cut a long way.
God. I'm telling you, I know. No.
He ate the whole first one? While he's talking, he ate the whole first one. Amazing. He's an amazing guy. Nobody believes me when I tell him how amazing.
Wow.
All right. So now listen. What's the deal on the Cuban sandwich? Are they available every day? Do you have special times?
They're available every day.
Every day?
Every day until we sell out.
Until you sell out. That's awesome.
Yep.
What's your hours?
So 11 to 8 or sell out. So usually sometimes on weekends we sell out like 6, 7 o'clock depending on.
Okay.
Yeah. So
and that's Tuesdays through Saturdays.
Tuesday through Saturday.
All right. And then again, so it's Station House Barbecue, and you're now on Nebraska.
Nebraska Avenue in Seminole Heights, just south of Hillsboro.
Wow.
You gotta come. Awesome. If you come, you get the Cuban for sure. But you get that smash burger, man. That smash burger is freshly ground brisket. We use our trimmings from our brisket. It's so good.
I love a smash.
And we use smoked tallow in the burger. It's awesome, man.
All right.
I'm coming to see you.
You don't have to threaten us with a good time. It sounds great.
All right. Listen, this is a phenomenal sandwich.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I'm not going to say that if it's not. And I consider myself a Cuban sandwich expert. I first fell in love with Cubans when I moved to Tampa Bay in 1994. I had my first one. Ted Webb took me. Remember, Fester. So Ted took me to get my first Cuban just a few months after I arrived in Tampa.
Where at?
Yep.
Where was it at?
We went to West Tampa.
West Tampa Sandwich Shop?
Yeah.
That was a good
so,
Cuban, man. Yeah.
So it was West Tampa Sandwich, and it was fun. Ted Webb introduced me to the Cuban, and I've never looked back.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of Cubans, man.
Ted Webb introduced me to marijuana and runny eggs. I'll tell you, that story's crazy. I fell asleep in my eggs. All right. Hey, listen. Hey, Allison also has a charitable event they're doing at Mosey real fast.
All right, what do you have?
Yes, if everybody can come out tonight to Mosey, the Museum of Science and Industry, right across from USF.
It's tonight.
Yes, it's tonight at 6 o'clock. So you got to get your tickets by 5 because I'm cutting it off. It's app.aservantsway.com. A Servant's Way is the nonprofit that we've started because over COVID, we became a community hub. And so we work consistently with a bunch of nonprofits. So we went ahead and started our own 501c3, and we teamed up for this first fundraiser to fuel the entire year with Revive and Restore. And they're awesome. And we feed the homeless with them every week, and we love them so much. And so everybody needs to come out tonight.
So Mosey.
So Mosey's having a thing called Station House Barbecue for more information, and it's a charity to help feed people
and
who need
fun fact, we're also at Mosey.
That's right. You have a location.
Our barbecue is inside of Mosey.
You're gonna have to do Cuban soon at Mosey too.
Pretty soon.
Logistically, it might be.
I guess that's all up to you, MJ.
Yeah, you keep talking about it, and they'll keep making it.
All right,
Allison,
folks,
Anthony, thank you very much.
I'm telling you right now, Station House Barbecue on Nebraska. You got to try this Cuban, and it's the only Cuban you make. This is it.
This is it.
All right. So just ask for the Cuban.
In addition to all their other great barbecue.
Wow. All right, guys, thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Just absolutely fantastic. Appreciate it. And thanks to your service to Hillsborough County as a firefighter for all those years.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. 9:41 at the MJ Morning Show. Man, I want to like not talk and finish this day. The second.
Wrap it up.
No, I can't.
Go ahead.
All right.
Hey, listeners, we give you a lot of show.
Yeah.
We're cutting today early.
No, I'm not.
Cut it early.
I'm not cutting early. I've got a couple
I
of
think
things.
we got some Bon Jovi coming up. I mean, so it's good stuff.
Hey, you want to hear something great?
Yeah.
As I'm shoving this unbelievable Cuban sandwich in my mouth, I have a story about the new weight loss pill. I'm not making this up. So news broke yesterday.
Tell me more about it.
That, Lilly, are they still Eli Lilly or is it just Lilly these days?
I don't know if Lilly and Eli divorced.
So Lilly, you've heard of Lilly Pharmaceuticals, one of the huge pharmaceutical companies. They are saying that they have a game changer, that they're going to have a daily pill that is as effective as the shots, as effective as Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro, these GLP one inhibitors, the whole the semaglutide.
That's awesome.
So they're saying that pending FDA approval, which they hope to get like early next year, they're saying that they have a pill. So no need for a shot. They're saying that they have a pill. You pop the pill, and it's just as effective as the shots. And they are so confident that this thing's going to be a smash hit. They're so confident that FDA approval is coming shortly. They've already started producing vast amounts of the pill when it's not even going to be for sale until next year, potentially.
The demand for this pill will be through the roof, so they have you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, I'm sure the price is going to be through the roof as well. I'm sure the non-insurance price. You take some of the big drugs these days. You take like Ozempic and like Humira,
Viagra.
That's not Viagra.
Viagra. But it can get you.
But you take some of these big drugs these days. They've got stickers of like $5,500 a month if you don't have insurance. So I wonder what the price of this is going to be for the new. And they're saying that you take the pill, and it could totally, if you have type 2 diabetes,
Well, you lose weight, and then you lose the diabetes.
Then the insulin issue, whatever the heck goes on, that goes away. But trials found that patients given the daily tablets called orforglipron, guys, you need to come up with a better name than that.
We will name it orforglipron.
That folks lost an average of 16 pounds over 9 months. That's a good number. 16. I can't imagine if I lost 16 pounds.
I want to recognize you.
Yeah, that's a lot. I can lose 10 maybe, but
You could lose 8 on your head.
Anyway, so get ready for the pill that's supposed to rival the weight loss shots. All right, 9:44 at the MJ. Oh, you know what the big deal is now? People are taking bets. Who is Jeff Bezos going to cram into the next space capsule? So there's like a whole. Did you see that Ivanka Trump is being bandied about? Because with the last mission with Gayle King and Katy Perry and.
Well, he's got like a conservative launch, maybe with like a.
No, I didn't say anything about politics.
I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is that the names that are being bandied about as the next celebrities to be crammed into Jeff Bezos's wiener rocket.
If you mention Ivanka, it suddenly becomes very political.
No, hold on. Well, she's really backed out of it. She's not very visible these days. She's really kind of backed out. She and her husband have backed out. Let me give you the names that are being tossed about.
Okay.
For the next mission for Celebrities in Space. All right, so we got Kim Kardashian. I would like to leave her there, actually.
No, bring her back.
Paris Hilton. You have Leonardo DiCaprio. You've got Ivanka Trump, as I just mentioned.
None of these people have signed on for this. This is just like internet banter, right?
Justin Bieber. You've got Rihanna. You ought to put her up with Chris Brown.
She can give him a zero gravity clock right to the head.
There you go.
Yeah.
So those are just some of the names that are being tossed about for the next. But listen, there's a backlash also. The whole, the entitled celebrity space tourism and this, people are saying this aura of self-importance that it was just obnoxious and over the top.
It's crazy. After this first launch that went successfully, I think it's going to be a bad look for celebrities to do this now.
Yeah.
It's been done.
Well,
now it's like too unrelatable.
Well, you brought up a very good point that I was just headed in that vicinity, that with some of the backlash on this kind of celebrity carnival ride.
Right.
Because they did nothing. They went into the capsule, they got strapped in, and they got shot into space it's like a higher, more expensive state fair ride. Okay? I mean, that's really what happened. But
in 2040, this will be at the Florida State Fair.
But
it's coming.
Right.
Not today, but soon.
But with what happened, the residual backlash that these celebrities are getting, the other celebrities where you were headed, they might say no thanks because I don't want I don't want the backlash. But for Gayle King and Katy Perry to start talking about, this was for humanity, this was for science for planet Earth. What are you talking about? I mean, this is like the 13th mission. What science? I strap in a lady from the CBS morning show, and that's what are we learning scientifically for Gayle King and Katy Perry going into orbit for 11 minutes? My God, my shower was longer than 11 minutes this morning. All right.
What'd you do in there? 11-minute shower, eh?
I got to get to the bartender story.
Okay.
All right, before we get out of here. And I know, hey, guys, thank you so
Anthony,
much.
We'll see you after the show.
Anthony, all right, hold on a second. Let me turn your mic on. Say it again.
So thank you guys very much, man. I appreciate you guys, man. I listen to you guys all the time, and I love it. And keep up the good work, man.
Brother, we're done in like 5 minutes. We'll come by and say hi in the studio.
I love your sandwich the same amount as you love my show. So
I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
See you in a few minutes.
I'm not, he's walking out.
He's gone.
I'm not making this up, folks. This thing's amazing.
All right, listen.
I've had a lot of Cuban sandwiches.
I've seen you eat a lot of stuff.
It was great.
It was really great.
All right. So bartenders are sharing 7 ways that you are wasting money at a bar or a restaurant. So you want to save some money? Let me tell you to save some money. All right. First of all, do not get premium spirits in a sugary cocktail. You don't need it. You're masking. If you put a premium spirit in a drink, all right, you're wasting your money because it's being masked by the other ingredients. So you don't need it. You get the cheaper liquor if you're getting a cocktail.
Save the money.
Exactly. I'll tell you, one of the biggest freaking wastes, one of the biggest jokes I've ever heard was I was out in Vail. Been skiing Vail with the family for a long, long time. And there's a restaurant bar right in the middle of Vail Village. And they had the big display bottle of the Louis the 13th, which that's expensive stuff. And there's a guy that ordered the Louis 13th with Diet Coke. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? One of the most expensive liquors on the market, and you mix it with Diet Coke? You idiot. All right? So don't do that, and don't get premium spirits to mix in a sugary cocktail. Bottle service. This should be a given. You get a $45 bottle of liquor at Lucan's that then turns into a $500 bottle at some restaurant or bar or club with bottle service? Who invented that racket?
Somebody brilliant.
That's what I want to know. Who invented the whole bottle service racket?
Rappers.
Yeah, exactly. What else? Standard cocktails can be a waste. Yeah, standard cocktails can be a waste of money. Instead, he encourages customers to opt for signature cocktails on the menu. You can get a standard cocktail at any old dive bar, and signature cocktails are typically special creations that are specific to a restaurant or bar. So look for one of their signature cocktails that, a lot of effort and experimentation went into creating the flavor profile of that. Glasses of wine could be more expensive.
Yeah, buy the bottle, right?
Yeah, buy the bottle. In most cases, if you're going to have multiple glasses of wine, or if you're with a bunch of friends and, glass of wine for each of us. Oh, yeah, we'll take another. Get the bottle. It's usually cheaper to just buy the freaking bottle. Don't order premium tequila as a shot. Defeats the purpose. They're best suited for sipping slowly. And that's sort of the deal with the Louis XIII. You sip that. You don't guzzle it. You don't put it back like a Kitty Dukakis rubbing alcohol shot. I mean,
I don't know that I've had tequila that doesn't involve licking salt off of or something or someone.
So the premium stuff, you don't guzzle it. You sip it. Asking for premium vodka and a Bloody Mary can be a waste of money as well. Let's go with the cheap stuff. So there you go. Just some tips as many of you are going to get loaded this weekend. Hey, one last thing that I laughed at, and this is on the celebrity front. You know those Hollywood tour buses that go by and they're like doing the tours? You got the tour guides at the front of the tram, and they've got a microphone, and and over here we have the so and so, and here's Grumman's Chinese theater, whatever the hell it is these days.
There's a bunch of different ones though.
So listen to this. Rob Lowe is walking down the street as a tour bus goes by.
Right.
And the tour guide says, "Oh, and there's John Stamos." It was Rob Lowe. Emmy-nominated actor Rob Lowe, who also had a great video back in the 80s in a hotel room in Atlanta.
They don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah, that faded, man. But I remember I had a VHS copy of that thing that was given to me by a TV sportscaster in the Virginia Beach, Norfolk market. But remember that? So actor Rob Lowe called out a Hollywood Beverly Hills tour staffer who called him the wrong name on the side of the road as he was walking and called him John Stamos.
That's funny.
Yeah. The tour guide said, "This is John Stamos," as the bus rolls by. And Rob Lowe says, "What the F?"
I mean, what do you say?
And then he says, "I'm not John Stamos." And then he told
Was he at least a good sport about it?
He told the tour guide, quote, "You better get better at your job."
That's a good tip.
Yeah, when you got a tour guide, they can't even tell the difference between John Stamos and Rob Lowe.
Even from 20 yards away, I think I could tell them apart.
Get a new line of work. I thought that was funny. All right, 9:54 at the MJ Morning Show. Folks, have a great weekend. We will give away Lightning tickets for Game 1 of the first round of the playoffs on Monday morning. Have a great Good Friday. Have a great Easter Sunday weekend. And we'll see you back here. Oh, if you need to get a hold of me over the weekend, I'm MJ@MJMorningshow.com is my private email. And, of course, my Instagram is Certified MJ Radio. Folks, have a great weekend. We'll see you back here Monday morning, MJ Morning Show on Q105 Tampa Bay, 104.7 FM. And let's be careful out there. And let's get ready for the Cash Kitty in 6 minutes. So right after the break, we're coming right out of these commercials. I'm telling you right now. Right out of the commercial break, right into the Cash Kitty $1,000 word, and that's next.
Download the app now. Get the Q105 app and listen to us anywhere. Powered